Welcome. Morning. How is everyone? It's a nice morning to come in. I'm very pleased with how little traffic there was today, so it was lovely. Thanks for joining us early on. My name's Brendan Cooper, Head of Travel for Inspiring Vacations. I've got Martin Rufo here, who is one of our expert product managers. He's going to be running us through a couple of the itineraries this morning as well. And we've got a bunch of people dialing in, which is nice. So we're streaming live online. So welcome to those guys as well. We're going to kick off because we have, as I said, quite a lot of destinations to cover. So we'll move right along. There is a short, oh, no, there's not. Guessing the internet's not on. One moment. Try that again. Alrighty. Just a short video from our customers.
First thing that really The first thing that really stuck in my mind was when we turned the corner to go into our hotel and I could see the pyramids from that point. I really don't know how to explain it. It was an absolute dream moment for me.
The inclusions probably was one of the primary deciding factors for us.
The wildlife there was incredible, and it's something that you don't really expect to see.
Customer service team I found at Inspiring Vacations second to none. They are warm, welcoming, accommodating, and understand what I want out of travel.
Time to explore our own country at the moment. Now is the perfect time to get out there and see what it's all about. And we're going to start with probably, I guess, one of our more popular itineraries at the moment, and for very, very good reason, Kimberley and Kakadu. So this one is ideal. It combines two of, I think, the country's greatest destinations to go see. You know, the Kimberley is one of those last frontiers in Australia for a lot of people, and something that a lot of people really need to go and experience for at least once in their life. This one is super popular. As I said, combines that top end experience as well. It starts in Broome. Now, I will say before I go any further, this is an independent itinerary. Now, what that means is we've done all the hard work. So it's not a group-based itinerary, but we've booked all your sightseeing, all your accommodation, all your transportation is all taken care of. You're just not traveling as part of a larger group with other people. So this one, you start in Broome. You've got 5 nights in Broome, and from there we do some amazing sightseeing experiences, one including the horizontal falls, which we'll take a look at in a moment. You then do Willie Creek from Broome as well. You've got a couple of days to enjoy Broome itself. And then we fly you to Kununurra, which I really like about this itinerary. So those roads, incredibly rough. It is part of the experience for some people, but I think this is a nice way to experience the Kimberley in relative comfort, as opposed to bouncing along a very, very dusty road for a couple of days. We fly you to Kununurra, and that's included as part of the itinerary. We then bring you down to the Bungle Bungles from there, and we'll look at that in a moment because that day is unbelievable. A couple more sightseeing experiences, including the Ord River in Kununurra included as well. We then fly you again up to Darwin. And so this is where we go and experience those amazing top-end national parks. You've got a full day trip out to Kakadu and a full day out to Litchfield, plus some other opportunities in Darwin as well. So what is the sightseeing all about? For me, the pinnacle of this itinerary, it kind of happens in the first couple of days, but it is an amazing experience, is going out to the horizontal falls. So this is an included experience as part of this package. And what is amazing about this, it's usually a 2-day journey to get out there. We fly you in a light aircraft from Broome. You go up over the Cape Levegh Peninsula. You land up near Cockatoo Island, and then they actually take you on board a boat, specially designed, captained by an expert skipper, and actually go across the falls themselves. So you do get to go and traverse those falls as part of this particular package, and they take you through a couple of times so you can get those amazing photographs as well. While you're up there, you also do some island cruising. So there's some amazing little wild wilderness islands up there as well. They take you out on the boat, cruise through those incredible waterways, and then they fly you back to Broome. So it's a whole day out, an amazing experience to get up as far as the horizontal falls, and something I think makes this itinerary completely unique. The next amazing one. So now we're in Kununurra. So this is the day we go down to the Bungle Bungles. Now we fly you down once again. You can see a picture there, usually about a 16-seater aircraft, fully air conditioned, takes you down to the Bungle Bungles. It is a scenic flight, so you don't land, but with very, very good reason. The only way to really see the colorations of the Bungle Bungles like that is from the air, and it provides the best photo opportunity possible. They hover over the Bungle Bungles for about half an hour, and so you get an amazing opportunity to take as many photos as possible. For those people wanting to take it a step further, there is the option of doing a helicopter flight as well. So the flight down on the plane, 100% included as part of the package. For those wanting to do something a little bit extra, you can do a half-an-hour helicopter flight. The beauty about the helicopter, obviously, is it has the ability to hover, getting you right up and close to those incredible colorations in the rock. Now, we're up at the top end. So we've made our way up to Darwin, again, flown up to Darwin, and there's 2 full day trips included as part of this. The first one is actually out to Kakadu. So it's a whole day out there. We do a yellow billabong river cruise. The yellow billabong is probably one of the best places in the top end to do wildlife spotting. This is where you're going to see all the saltwater crocodiles, hopefully see those incredible jabiru storks, and so much other aquatic and bird life as well. Obviously, we get to do the rock art there, the indigenous rock art, some of it dating back 60,000 years. Absolutely incredible location. And then another full day trip is out to Litchfield. So we go out to Litchfield National Park for a full day from Darwin, and it's all about the waterfalls. That one there is Florence Falls. You get to have the opportunity to swim in these incredible falls, and we get to go to a numerous number of other places on this day, but it's all about the water. The good thing about these ones, no crocodiles in those rivers. Lucky for that. There is a crocodile there. It's not in one of those ones. So hopefully we'll get to see these guys. As I said, Ord River is in Kununurra. There's an opportunity to see the crocs there. And then that yellow billabong cruise, which you can see on the right, is another opportunity for that as well. This one has all of that sightseeing included. As I said, it is an independent trip, but all of that sightseeing is taken care of for you. It's 13 nights accommodation, 3-4 stars. Now, what I like about the accommodation here is it's all well located. So in Darwin, you're right in the centre of town. Kununurra is about this big, so you're right in the centre of town as well. And Broome is in a great location. The flights are included. So those flights from Broome to Kununurra, Kununurra to Darwin is included with your checked bags as well with Air North. That's the airline that operates up there. But those incredible scenic flights are included as well. Now, just to give you an idea, a lot of companies don't actually go to horizontal falls. It is an optional extra in most cases, usually about $700 to $800 to do, obviously included as part of this package, which is a great value. In-depth sightseeing, so Willie Creek Pearl Farm's in there as well. I love that day out. The pearl business in Broome is one of the best in the world. They take you out to Willie Creek to see how they're actually made and how they're actually grown, and then have the opportunity to have lunch up there as well, and then they bring you back to Broome. Independent touring, like I've said, this one, incredible price, $4,999 for if you're wanting to go for the full 14 days, obviously to Broome and up to the top end as well. Typically, so that's what our competitors are usually selling similar itineraries for. You can kind of see the value there that this one does represent. And I think what's best about this is the offer that's available for the events. So it's only $199 to add on your flights from Melbourne, or for those people that are dialing in from East Coast of Australia, to get over to Broome, out of Darwin and back home again. So usually those flights at the moment with Virgin, Qantas, depending which airline you're going with, somewhere around $1,000, so $199 per person. That is the offer today, which I think represents incredible value for that one. And departure dates, it's right through next year. So March through to November, and there's dates throughout that entire period, which is the ideal time to go purely because of the weather. Now, Martin's going to run us through Tassie. We'll do questions at the end if that's okay. And then hopefully at the end of it, we can answer any questions about these particular trips.
Thank you very much. Let's put this microphone on so our friends in the streamline can listen to us as well. Hello, everyone. Thank you again for being here. All right, I've got this beautiful 11-day Best of Tasmania tour to entice you with this morning. That's not the real name of the trip. The real name of the trip is 11-day Best of Tasmanian Deluxe Road Trip. And that's my fault. I made it a little bit long. It doesn't fit in brochures, doesn't fit on the website, doesn't fit on the slides. So we had to cut it short to only 11-day Best of Tasmania. But it's a deluxe trip, and I will show you in a moment why. And it's a road trip, so you'll be driving. You'll be doing your own driving as you go. Very comprehensive tour of Tassie. We start in Hobart. We take you to Port Arthur. We go to Strahan, all the way north to Launceston, before coming down to Fraser Net National Park and finishing the trip in Hobart. Now, I love Tasmania. Tasmania has. You've probably been to Tasmania already. Who has been to Tasmania already? Yeah, and who of those would go to Tasmania again? Yeah, that's exactly why I love it. It's a place where you've been there, you've seen it, but you would easily go again. There's something for everyone. There's art, there's great food, there's beautiful wineries, great national parks, and unlike continental Australia, it doesn't take you 6 to 8 hours to drive from gas station to gas station. You know, in a couple of hours driving, you are from one beautiful place to the next beautiful place. So let's go through this itinerary. We start in Hobart. Most of you been there. Beautiful town, great to discover and explore, especially if you get there when the Salamanca market is on. You pick up your car. We include a car hire for you in this itinerary. Now, I've been criticized in the past for including a photo of a car in my slideshow. I know you know what a car is and what a car looks like. I just wanted to give you an idea of the type of car you get. You get a medium-sized car with maximum coverage. I think that's really important. That means that the car that we're going to give you has nil excess. If you have an accident, there's nil excess to pay. I don't know you, but I hate to drive a car hire with $6,000 excess. I feel like driving like this. And it's a bit like Murphy's Law. If you hire a car with nil excess, nothing will happen to you. You will have a beautiful ride, nothing will happen. You have $6,000 excess to pay, and you're gonna have kangaroos, ninja kicking you from the side of the road as you drive. So nil excess, no worries, nice and easy drive all the way around. The next day, the day 2 of the tour, is actually not driving. Just sit back, we take you on a full day tour to Port Arthur. And at the end of the tour, we take you also on a beautiful cruise around the Tasman Island. And at the end of the day, we bring you back to Hobart. You go to your accommodation, so nice and easy, nothing for you to worry about, no driving to do. The next day, you start driving. Now, about the car, sorry, I forgot to mention that. That's why I also had the image of the car to prompt me, but I forgot. With the car hire, if you want to take the Tasmanian, what's called the Spirit of Tasmania, and you want to take your own trusted car across, that's absolutely fine by us. Sorry, you guys there in Sydney and Queensland, you probably don't have that opportunity. But if you want to take your own car, take your own car. We'll deduct $100 per person or $200 in total from the car hire. Or if you want to upgrade to a bigger car, you like your 4-wheel drive, you like something a little bit bigger, no problems. We help you upgrade to a bigger vehicle. So you start driving, you go to Strahan the first day. It's a driving holiday. You can do whatever you want between Hobart and Strahan. We are a little bit nosy. We are in the travel industry. We'd like to tell you where to go. So throughout the itinerary, we make a few propositions of places for you to visit. You can take up our ideas, or you can just drive straight through, or do whatever you want to go, whatever you want to do. We recommend you on this day to stop at Mount Field National Park. Beautiful national park, very easy to stop for a couple of hours, go for a walk, and then continue going. On Strahan, the following day, the thing to do is to go on a beautiful cruise on the Gordon River. It's a full morning tour. We take you on this very, very luxurious, I would say. It's a luxurious little boat, very small boat, not a whole lot of people on it. And it takes you all day up and down, visiting the different historical sites along Gordon River before we bring you back. Pick up your car again, and off you start driving to Cradle Mountain. We've got 2 nights for you at the beautiful Cradle Mountain Hotel. Cradle Mountain, if you haven't been there, It's a very beautiful national park, very easy to go around. If you want to walk, perfect, brilliant. The more you want to venture into a national park and walk along the paths, the more you're going to enjoy it. There's different paths for different abilities, I guess. You can go for 2 or 3 hours. You can go for a full day walking track in Cradle Mountain, or you can also drive around and still get to see a lot of the beautiful national park. From Cradle Mountain, we go up to Launceston. Again, we recommend you just to pass by the Ashgrove Dairy Farm. These days, the must-go destination for indulgent dairy products in Tasmania. It's a beautiful couple of hours there to spend. You can also pass by a salmon farm before you get to Launceston. Whilst in Launceston, you cannot go to Tassie and not go to a winery. Now, there's a lot of very old and traditional wineries, beautiful to visit. We particularly like this one, Joseph Cromie Winery. Has anyone been there? No, it's a reasonably, yeah, you don't count. You to work with us. It's a beautiful, reasonably new winery. Joseph came to Australia back in 1950, but he didn't set up his winery until 2007. Within 4 years, he had collected 14 trophies and more than 170 medals. His wines had collected all those prizes, which made it one of the most successful winery businesses in Tasmania. So we include a tour of the winery, and of course we include lunch for you to try the different wines that they produce there. It's not too far from Launceston, so if you want to leave the car behind and catch a taxi and have more than one Chardonnay, you can do that, and then take a taxi back to the hotel, or you can drive back and forth. Next destination, we're starting heading south now to Freycinet National Park. We strongly recommend you here to visit the Bradstow Lavender Farm. Regardless of the time of the year that you go, a beautiful spot to go. If you go in the spring and summer, the lavenders are in full bloom and you get images like this. But even if you go in the thick of winter, it's got a beautiful cafe where you can sit back, have a coffee, have a tea, scones, and just watch the beautiful scenery around you. We get to Freycinet. In Freycinet, we have included a full day cruise to the Wineglass Bay. Again, a gorgeous cruise, amazing sceneries, beautiful wildlife to watch throughout the day. And I'm not one to show too many images about accommodation. You know, accommodation is accommodation, but accommodation throughout this trip is deluxe. It's a deluxe trip, so it's beautiful accommodation. We stay at the Grand Chancellor in Launceston. We stay at the Cradle Mountain Hotel in Cradle Mountain and the Freycinet Lodge as well. So beautiful properties for you to really make the most and have a very, very soft landing at the end of your driving day. And when the wrong one, okay, this is fine, sorry. Wrapping up, on this trip we include 10 nights of accommodation, 4-star hotels and lodges, the cruise around the Tasman Bay, as we mentioned before, the Gordon Cruise, the Wineglass Bay Cruise, a guided visit to Joseph Cromie Winery, free time to explore in all the destinations we go, 9 days car hire, take it or leave it, breakfast daily, and 4 lunches. Now, for this event, and for this event only, we are offering you this trip from only $2,599. Now, for you guys here in Melbourne, you can opt to buy your airfares from $49 only. For you guys in Sydney and in Brisbane, the prices start from $99 from Sydney and $149 from Brisbane. It's not discrimination, sorry, the price of those flights, it's a little bit more expensive from the East Coast. So very, very attractive price. We've got departure dates from February 2022 to December 2022. February is going quickly. March is going to go quickly as well, we suspect. So if this trip takes your fancy, make sure you put your $99 deposit today and book a spot on it. I think that takes us to New Zealand, and lucky for you, we've got Brendan back on board to tell you all about it.
From Melbourne, which is fantastic value. So regardless of the time of year that you're going, they're only $49 to add on, and that's return. What about baggage? Baggage is included. Yep, 20 kilos minimum. Rightio, New Zealand. Has anyone done New Zealand and Tasmania? Did you find that there was any similarities there? I certainly did. I felt the countryside of both of these countries does resonate. New Zealand is jaw-dropping, though, especially when you get to the Southern Island. Sorry, microphone. Is that better? Excellent. So we're going to start off with our 20-day New Zealand rail journey. I love this trip. It takes you through all the highlights of New Zealand, which is fantastic. And you get to cover off on the North Island and the South Island, all in one amazing journey. So this one here, it's all about trains, and more trains, because New Zealand has some of the best train journeys in the world. They're right on our doorstep. It's literally 3.5 hours. And there's something I think, for everybody to experience. Why go all the way to Switzerland to have a fantastic rail journey? New Zealand has half of the best sites in the world, I reckon, when it comes to that alpine scenery and those amazing train journeys. So starting in Auckland, we base you up in Auckland. You've got 4 nights up there, but while we're there, we're going to take you up to the Bay of Islands. For a lot of people, this is obviously a highlight. It's incredibly picturesque. Once you're up there, we'll do a cruise. We'll touch on that in a moment. Come back to Auckland. Got some extra time in Auckland to enjoy that city. And then what we're going to do from Auckland is do a couple of day trips. So it's not for everyone, I completely admit, but for the New Zealand economy, for their tourist business, the Lord of the Rings series has literally transformed their country. Their tourist industry absolutely exploded after that series came out. We are going to do Hobbiton. Now, it's a made-up place. It obviously was for a movie, but they've kept it in the same design as the original movie set, and it is an incredible place to go and visit. Might not be for everyone, but for the New Zealand people, they're incredibly proud of it. Everywhere you go in the country, there is some kind of Lord of Rings experience, whether it's a photo opportunity, a dress-up opportunity, they absolutely do love it. We're going to do Watamo Caves. Watamo Caves is this incredible underground reservoir where you can go under and you can see those amazing glowworms lining the roof as well. Incredible experience, all conducted almost in complete pitch black, but you've got that amazing roof of all the glowworms lighting up. After that, we're going to go back up to Auckland where you've got some free time. And then the first train journey begins. So this is the Northern Explorer, it's called. It's going to bring you down from Auckland down into Wellington. So that is the first train journey, one of many. Time in Wellington to do some optional sightseeing. We've also got a city tour included in there as well. And then probably one of the next best things about this is you get to do that ferry journey across from Wellington to Picton. Now, it is a ferry trip, and don't let that turn you off. It is considered one of the prettiest waterways on this planet, and for very, very good reason. We'll have a look at that. It's kind of like those Norwegian fjords, where you're cruising through those incredible glacier-carved bays as you make your way into Picton. From Picton, transfer onto the next train journey, which is the Coastal Pacific. Now, these trains and ferries line up seamlessly. It's been designed to do that. So the ferry arrives in, the train departs, and there's heaps of time to get from one to the other. That takes you down to Kaikoura. Now, Kaikoura obviously had a very, very devastating earthquake quite recently, but at the same time, it's a great place to go back and visit. It's probably one of the best locations in New Zealand to do whale watching. They're there for quite an extended period of the year. And from Kaikoura, there's an option to go out and see the whales as well. From Kaikoura down to Christchurch, and this is where the self-drive part of this itinerary begins. So similar to what Martin was saying, car hire is included. I don't have a picture of the car, unfortunately, but does everyone remember the picture that Martin showed? It's exactly the same. It is that nil excess option as well. And so everything's taken care of for you. What I love about driving in New Zealand is you absolutely can't get lost. There is one road going in every direction. So if you want to go to Queenstown, there's one road to take you to Queenstown. And so it's very, very easy to find your way. Heading down from Christchurch, we're heading south first. So we're going to head down to Mount Cook. Mount Cook National Park is unbelievable. It's so different than anything that we have here in Australia. You've got the imposing Mount Cook standing behind, over 4,000 metres, always covered in ice. And you've got this incredible glacier carved river where you can go down and actually see icebergs that have carved off the glacier floating through those rivers there. From there, we're going to head down to Queenstown. Couple of nights in Queenstown, we'll talk about that in a moment, and then back up the coast up to Greymouth. Now, Greymouth is the launching spot for the Transalpine. So let's have a look to see what that's all about. Starting up in Bay of Islands. So Bay of Islands, as I said, all about the scenery. You go out, we've included a cruise that takes you out onto the Bay of Islands themselves. It's an awesome day. It's a great day for dolphin watching, whale watching, and obviously they do go and visit Hole in the Rock. And it's just a very, very picturesque day out on the water. Hobbiton is included in there as well. Like I said, not for everyone, but I think when visiting New Zealand, it is really important to experience, I guess, the trilogy that changed their whole tourism industry. The trains. This is really, I think, what makes this itinerary fantastic. In my mind, the Transalpine is probably one of the best train journeys that you can do on this planet. It takes you from Greymouth. So this is where you've dropped the car off in Greymouth. We board the train, it's included. It's an incredibly scenic journey. They take you up over Arthur's Pass, one of the highest train passes in the world, and they bring you back down on the plains as you make your way into Christchurch. It is an amazing experience to go through some of those mountains around Arthur's Pass. It is incredibly picturesque, snow on the tops of every mountain, and there is just these incredible glacier streams flowing down from every single corner. So a fantastic day by rail. The ferries there as well. They need to rename it. They probably shouldn't call it a ferry. They should call it an amazing boat cruise or something like that. It is a really, really great day out. Yes, it's a ferry, but it's a great way to see, obviously, the fjords up near Picton there. Now, the South Island, in my opinion, is what makes New Zealand fantastic. Obviously, it has this incredible alpine range that runs the full length of the island. And it is just scenery like this literally at every corner. So as we go down to Queenstown, you've got 3 nights in Queenstown. From there, you've got the car, don't forget. So you can do whatever you like in Queenstown, which is fantastic. One of the recommendations is to go out to Milford Sound. You can drive, which I've done. Easy drive, fantastic day out, or we can organise a fully escorted coach tour for you to pick you up from Queenstown, take you out to Milford Sound, do the cruise for the day, obviously out there on the water, and bring you back in the afternoon as well. You've got free time. Queenstown is an amazing gastronomic destination. It has some incredible restaurants to enjoy, and it sits probably on one of the most beautiful outlooks that you can imagine. We then head up the west coast, where you're going to go to stay actually at Franz Josef, which is great. It's a great way to break up that day. So on the way, you're going to go through Hass Pass. Hass Pass brings you up onto the west coast. It is something out of Jumanji, in my opinion. It is just absolutely incredible. One of the most spectacular drives you'll probably do. It's going to bring you through Wanaka, which is fantastic. Wanaka, similar to Queenstown, on a much, much smaller scale. Very, very beautiful as well. And then you've got the option of doing Fox Glacier on that day as well, or Franz Josef, which you can see here. Having the overnight at Franz Josef is great because it allows you time to go and see the glaciers. It's not a big day driving. The fantastic thing about Franz is it's so close. It comes right down to sea level almost, one of the lowest glaciers in the world. And it allows you to get so close to it so easily without having to go out onto a boat or without having to go onto a helicopter. It's very, very easy to access. Now, this particular one, as I said, is a great itinerary, incredible sightseeing. The Northern Island, Bay of Islands, you've got city tours of Auckland, city tours of Wellington. There's the Hobbiton in there. There's the Watamo Caves in there as well. When we come down south, obviously we've got those amazing train journeys in there. We've got the cruise to bring you across to Picton. It's all about the scenery. It is an independent style trip like the ones that you've seen earlier this morning. So we've got the self-drive part in there in the south, and up in the north, it's all done by train. Quality accommodation, what have I got there? Well located, excellent. 3 to 4 star accommodation throughout. So again, New Zealand, the towns aren't very big. We've got you right in the centre. So it's very, very well located. You board the trains, the Transalpine, the Northern Explorer, the Coastal Pacific, all those 3 train journeys are included. The 8 days car hire. Now you've got it for 7 really. We've made it 8, so it's easy. You can drop it off at Greymouth at any time you want, which is fantastic. This particular trip starts from 4499. So that's everything you see there for the full 20 days. You've got your flights over to New Zealand, and these, again, return flights, to the gentleman's question before, includes checked bags as well. $299, there's no surcharges on that. So it's $299 to get back from here to New Zealand. Same for the rest of the East Coast cities. And those ones there, obviously, usually valued up to $600 to bring you into Auckland and out of Christchurch. Departure dates for this one, starting from May next year, extending right through until March. We expect to go past March quite soon, but at this stage, it's May 2022 through to March 2023. And there's heaps of dates. So winter, I still think it's a great time to go because everything's covered in snow and it looks absolutely spectacular, but it is quite chilly. Otherwise, there's summer months available as well. Now, how to book. Before we do that, should we do some questions? Anybody like to go first? Yes.
We're interested in the Kimberley tour, of course. What happens with the COVID situation now? Like West Australia's still not allowing us in.
Yeah.
I know you probably give a credit, but then what happens with the airfare that we then pay to go there to the same situation?
Yep.
Do we just get that basically as a credit to go when we finally get allowed into
Yeah,
Western Australia,
yeah. Look, it
basically?
obviously depends on when the suspensions are. Mr. McGowan's obviously indicating that it's going to be around February that they're opening at the moment.
There'll always be some type of COVID around.
Yeah. So at the what's happened today, we've had to rearrange thousands of people's holiday. It's either resulted in a credit, which they can use to a future trip, or a rebook onto that same particular trip at a later date. Yeah. Laura's got a microphone too, by the way. That's why she's floating around. So it's very, very small, but it is a mic.
In the Age newspaper last weekend, which is where we heard about this this program this morning, there was a supplement on the travel section.
Yeah.
And it listed these particular travel options.
Yep.
With the 20-day New Zealand rail, it was advertised in that newspaper at $25.99 per person.
Is that the Tassie one? Because that's the same price as Tassie.
It was the New Zealand.
Yep.
It was actually New Zealand, definitely New Zealand. I didn't bring the paper with me. I forgot
Sure.
it at home. Today you're telling us it's $44.99.
Yep. I would have to see the newspaper, unfortunately. It's definitely $44.99. Thank you. Thank you. I'll get Martin to look at that. We can answer it in 2 seconds. We'll move on to the next question. We'll come back to you, sir, in 1 moment. Anybody else? Oh, yes, ma'am.
Will be a solo traveller.
Yep.
Do I have to pay extra?
All trips. So it will be on top of any of the prices that you've seen today. There'll be an additional amount, but it's different by trip. So it depends on which one you're looking at.
And would you be able to say, I'm a solo traveller?
Yep.
This lady is a solo traveller. Would you be able to
pair you up?
Pair you up so we get the twin?
We don't have an option to pair people. So it's not something that we facilitate necessarily. We have had it book forums, which people are signed up to, which we can obviously sign you up to as well. And they're a good place to express interest, to say, I'm going on this particular trip. Is anybody else interested in joining me? And so we've had some instances in the past where people have met through our social channels. Yeah, that'd probably be the best way.
Yeah.
Alternatively, if you book the single supplement now, and then say in 6 months' time, if a friend or something wants to come with you, we just remove the single supplement and add the friend in.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Martin, have we go?
Yeah, sorry, put my mic on. So yeah, the way I advertise it, it's like what Brendan was saying before. There's only one price for the 4 different tours that I've mentioned here, and it's from 2,599, but that's referring to the passive rate. Yeah, sorry.
Yes, sir. Depends on the trip. On this particular one, the only meals that are included are part of the sightseeing activities. The New Zealand hotels don't always have breakfast facilities. Just some of those places are slightly smaller. So what we recommend there is obviously just local dining at one of the restaurants around, but meals are. Anybody else? Sir. Travel insurance in New Zealand, you need to speak to your insurance provider. The reason why you would get it, obviously for medical, Medicare has like a reciprocal understanding with New Zealand. So medical is not usually the issue, but it's unexpected things like, you get ill before you go, you can't travel, you need to cancel your trip. That's when travel insurance there is coming for. Earthquakes would be another one. Yes, that's a bit of an extreme example, but yes, that could be one. So you need to get it for unexpected cancellations, really, is what you would get it for. Anybody else? Oh, yes. Oh, it's just for the
And I,
it's for the people streaming in because there's no context if they can't hear the
will
question.
they tell us outside when the different dates are that we can actually?
Yes. Yep. So the reservations guys, we'll go through that in a moment. They're just waiting outside. They can run you through all the dates. Anything else? Yes. 3 to 4. Yeah. So it's a mix of 3 or 4 star, depending on where you're staying. And it's either double or twin share. So 2 separate beds or 1 double bed, which generally is a queen in New Zealand. To business? Yes, you can. Yep. So what we would do there, it's called a special request. You'd pop that in at the time of making your booking. We would come back to you just with any difference in cost, and then you can decide if you want to go ahead with it or not.
And going back to the accommodation, they are located right in the heart of the city. Excellent.
Yeah.
Location, very easy to go anywhere.
For example, what would be the one in Auckland?
We use Copthorne hotels quite a lot in New Zealand. So we use that in Auckland. We use that in Queenstown as well. So they're like one of New Zealand's larger hotel chains, but they tend to be located within walking distance to most things.
In our website, you will find the name of each of the hotels that we intend to visit on each day. So,
Yes, ma'am.
From the United States in June this year, next year. I was wondering, and we want to go to Tasmania.
Yeah.
It's the only time they can come. I've not been to Tasmania in winter. Is it advisable?
It's chilly. If that's the only time that you can go, that's the only time that you can go. I don't let winter put me off because I think it adds a nice experience in certain locations.
Just hug up.
Tassie is a winter destination, but it is chilly. They get more of the polar winds there than we do. So it really, in the winter months, it can whip through, especially down in those southern cities. It can be quite cold.
on the other hand, you also
Yeah, yes.
Any of the things you?
No, it runs. No, we've got dates over that period. So and they run year round.
That's right.
Yep.
And on the flip side, it's, some of the cheapest parties in June, right? So
Yeah. I like it. That's just me. I like the cold. But yes, it can snow in some instances in those months, depending where you are, especially up near Cradle Mountain.
Right.
So yeah, need to be prepared for that as well.
Prepare.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Is anybody staying for the next session? Yes, excellent. Okay, we'll do this quickly. And then we've got something to give away. So hopefully everyone has been listening to the presentations. Just so you know how to book. All of our trips start from a $99 deposit. The maximum, I think, deposit we have is $199. So all very, very low deposits. If you wanted to lock in the airfare offer that's available today for the event, it's just a pay a deposit scenario. You've got 7-day cooling off. Cancel for any reason, you get that $99 back within 7 days. And so to lock in the offer, that's probably the best step. You can book online. Very, very easy. You've got your pricing list, which came in that folder that you walked in with this morning. There's a QR code on there, which everyone's getting very familiar with these days. That will take you through to that particular product. You can have a look at the itinerary. You can have a look at the departure dates. That's all on there. Someone asked before, there are people here to run you through the dates as well. So when you go through the doors, they'll show you where to go. If you want to do 2 trips in one, we're getting a few people who are like, they've been locked up for a little bit too long. They want to go on 2 holidays in the next year. Why not? It's a great thing to take advantage of. 5% off the second holiday. They don't have to be consecutive either. And I think that is it. Should we do the price?
Sure.
All right, so. Excellent. So it's fastest hand first. We've got a bottle of wine to give away. Martin's going to be the adjudicator. It's a quick question. Where would you find the horizontal falls?
Yes, very, very kind up there. See if you got the right answer.
West Australia.
West Australia. You will find it in Western Australia, yes. Alrighty, that is it. For those that are staying, feel free to take a seat. There's tea and coffee out there as well if you want to grab a quick drink or something to eat. For those that are leaving us, thanks for joining us this morning. This is just
natural wonders, unique cultures. Pursue your travel bliss with Inspiring Vacations, Australia's most trusted travel experts. We offer breathtaking tour, cruise and rail journeys to the world's most exciting destinations. Online or on the phone, we're here to help. 100% Australian and trusted in travel. Experience it all with Inspiring Vacations.
start again for those people at home. We do have some people streaming in, so apologies for all the microphones. Ben Gorman from Rocky Mountaineer joining us. He is going to run us through that incredible experience, what it's like to travel on that train through the Rockies. Martin Rufo, standing in the nice pink shirt. He's over there. He's going to run us through South America. He's Argentinian. He's incredibly passionate about the destination, and that comes through in droves. We're going to kick off with a video just while Ben's getting ready of Canada as the destination.
Dear world, I like to spend time with you. I'm not sure how you feel, but when I'm with you, my heart is unburdened. My mind is clear and bright as the summer sky. When I'm with you, it's like you know when you love someone so much that even looking at them is a kick in the chest? My breath is forcibly evacuated by your splendor. I want to know every inch of you, to amble through your wilderness, drifting to wherever your currents would take me. You're like an all-night rave, everything is happening at once. You're always in vogue. You are the original fashionista. Though we attempt to plagiarize you, each road akin to a winding canal, each building climbing skyward like a grand pine, reaching for the sun. Though our creations have their own charm, they pale compared to you, world. You are the most beautiful at the end of a long day, in the lingering quiet of twilight. I'm saying this because I worry about you. I don't want to see you hurt or lessened in any way. I wish only for my presence to elevate you. I will look upon you till the day I die.
Hello, good morning everyone, and thank you for joining us here today. My name is Ben, and I have the pleasure today to take you through the Rocky Mountaineer experience. Now, Rocky Mountaineer has been operating for over 30 years. It is a privately owned company by the Armstrong family, and we've been taking travellers into the heart of the Canadian Rockies since the 1990s. Now, as much as I can stand up here today and do a big song and a dance about how spectacular the train is and the scenery you'll see outside the window, I think the best place to start would be to show you a short video of what that scenery looks like outside the window there, and also what that train experience is all about. So to begin with today, I'm just going to play this short video and then I'll come right back to you. Now, I'm not one to boast, but I have been times. So I am very well versed to be able to explain to you what that experience on board is all about. Now, Rocky Mountaineer. In Canada, we have 3 different routes that you can choose from. Now, although I will be focusing today on the Canadian routes, we have just launched as well a USA route, which will take you through from Denver to the Moab Desert there. So if you are looking to go to the USA, Inspiring Vacations can also help you out in that area. Canada is what we're talking about today. Now, the first route I want to talk about is First Passage to the West. Now, for any of you history buffs out there, this will be the journey for you. It is our most popular route as well. So starting in either Vancouver or Banff and Lake Louise, you can go in either direction. We'll take you into Kamloops and then on to your other destination. Now, on this one here, you're going to see engineering marvels, such as the spiral tunnels. Now, back in the day, they were unable to build the train tracks with the gradient of the mountains that they were heading through. So what they actually did was build a series of tunnels where the train would work back on itself to make its way up and over the other side. And over 100 years ago, that was definitely an engineering marvel. You'll also see the last spike along that area as well. Journey through the clouds. Now, anyone that has Jasper on their bucket list, this would be the train journey for you. You will see Mount Robson, which is the highest peak of the Canadian Rockies. You'll also see Pyramid Falls. And if you're on the Gold Leaf service with the outdoor viewing platform and you're passing by Pyramid Falls, I swear you can almost feel the spray of that waterfall on your face. And for any of those travelers that maybe want to spend more time on board the train, we do have our 3-day journey. Now, this will go from Vancouver up to Whistler for a half day, and then from Whistler to Quesnel, which is an old gold mining region, and then continuing on to Jasper. So I'll talk to you about those different service levels and the 3 reasons why you would choose Gold Leaf over Silverleaf. But to start with, I just want to talk about the onboard hosts. Now, we have the train, we have the amazing scenery outside the window, but what really brings that journey to life are those onboard hosts. They're telling you those engaging stories as you're passing through the Canadian Rockies. And a short story just to show you exactly what that customer service is all about. Now, on board, this was a few years ago, it's probably talking about 6 years ago now, we had an onboard manager. Now, one of the onboard hosts went to that manager and said, we've got this lady and she's really protective of a teacup. And the onboard manager went to that lady and said, oh, are you okay? Can I get you another tea? And she mentioned to the manager that she wanted to have green tea, and this is all the green tea she has for the entire day. So she was going to, I guess, reserve it. Now, at that time, we didn't have green tea on board the train itself. So what the onboard manager did, he called through to his mother, who lived down the train track, asked her to go to the supermarket, pick up some green tea, and as we passed through the little station on that train journey there, picked up the green tea and delivered it to that passenger. So that just goes to show the level of customer service you'll have on board Rocky Mountaineer. Now, we do have the Silverleaf service. I'm going to show you another short video because I think it really does capture what that Silverleaf service is all about. And then I'll talk to you a little bit further about the details of that. So on the screen now, you will see the image of the Silverleaf service coach. You will notice that the windows go up onto the curvature of the carriage. So when you're seated in your seat, you can look up and see all those mountains as you pass by, and big panoramic windows as well. Now, all your meals and drinks are served to you at your seat. So we set up glassware, crockery, and you will not go hungry on board Rocky Mountaineer. You have a pre-breakfast before you have breakfast. You have wine and cheese before you have lunch. And then sometimes we even bake freshly baked cookies on board the train before you arrive into Kamloops. So you will not be hungry on board. But Goldleaf. Now this is the one that most people do go for, because if you're going to go over to the Canadian Rockies, why not do Goldleaf? But there are those three things I mentioned as to why you would choose Goldleaf over the Silverleaf service. Before I show you that though, I will just have I always recommend at least one morning trying the Eggs Benedict. I'm yet to find somewhere else that does it as good as on board Rocky Mountaineer. Now looking up here, you can see the Goldleaf service carriage. You'll see those three photos there as well. So the first one will be those dome windows going right up over the top of the carriage. So you've got the elevated view because downstairs is the restaurant and then upstairs is your seated area. And if you're on the left or right hand side, having those windows going right up over the top means you can see absolutely everything as you're passing through the Canadian Rockies. You've also got the downstairs area where you've got your culinary restaurant, a la carte menu, alcohol included, and this is where you can have that foodie experience. So if you want to go on board for the foodie experience, certainly Gold Leaf is for you. But for me, I love photography and having the outdoor viewing platform to take those photos without the glass in front of the camera, that certainly makes the Gold Leaf experience for me. So if either of those or any of those three come to mind as something you want out of your Rocky Mountaineer experience, then Gold Leaf Service is for you. Now we are a daylight only service, so you stay in hotels overnight. If you're on the Gold Leaf service, you will be in our premium hotels. If you're on the Silver Leaf service, you'll be staying at our standard accommodation. These are some examples of the hotels where you'll be staying at when traveling with Rocky Mountaineer. Some of the destinations we take you to. So we do have Banff, a quintessential mountain town. Walking down the main street, you'll see all the mountains peering over the town itself. So you will have amazing photography as you're going through. We've got Lake Louise. I'm sure you've seen many photos of that area there. Definitely something to have on your bucket list. We've got Jasper. When I was walking down the main street of Jasper, there were elk walking past me. So if you're looking for that wildlife, Jasper definitely is a hotspot for that. And then we've got Vancouver, a bustling city, a great place to start or end your journey as well. And of course, Calgary, the cowboy area of Western Canada there, something to add to your list if you want to go to Stampede. Now with the wildlife, I, touch wood, have seen a bear every single time I've been on board. So you can't guarantee it, but across all the seasons that we travel, there is the opportunity to see all the wildlife. So looking here, we go from April through to October. If you're going in April, there's still going to be snow, there's going to be ice, the rivers are going to be full and crashing through. Think of it like winter. In the summertime, you're going to have amazing weather, you're going to have everything in full bloom. And in the autumn time, you're going to have that slight color change in the landscape as well. So choose what you want out of the landscape when thinking of what time of year do you want to go. Do you want that snow? Do you want everything in full bloom? Or you want that slight color change in the landscape? Now, of course, with COVID-19, it is something that has changed the way we travel. But what we want to show you is that we'll take care of that for you. Rocky Mountaineer has a health and safety policy on our website, rockymountaineer.com. We just ask you to sit back, relax, and we'll take care of all those things that you don't need to worry about to make sure that we keep you safe on board Rocky Mountaineer. If you do have any questions about that, you can reach out to Inspiring Vacations as well. Thank you very much. Hopefully I've inspired you to jump on board Rocky Mountaineer. If you do have any questions, I believe we'll have questions afterwards. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jen.
No worries.
Grab that one
Oh,
off
yep.
you. Takes me back. I can't recommend Gold Leaf enough. I know Ben has been very diplomatic when he says both are the same. Gold Leaf is amazing. Everything is up there, so having the dome is incredible. And the fact that you get to go down to the restaurant, have your lunch, have your breakfast, just a nice experience to get out of your seat and have the chance to stretch your legs. Now, we do have a couple of trips. So we do have our 18-day incredible Rocky Mountaineer if you are wanting to do that amazing journey. My colleague, Paul Hocking, couldn't be with us today. He's the other Martin, one of the experts in developing some of these amazing itineraries. Now, I've seen his presentation. He's going to still do a presentation for us. We're going to have it on the video. He's incredibly passionate about the destination, and that definitely comes through. So we are going to play the video. I keep forgetting to let Cortland cue me. No, you're good? Okay.
Hello everyone, my name is Paul and I'm a product manager here at Inspiring Vacations. Today, I'm really excited to talk to you about our range of tours to Canada and Alaska. Now, this is by far one of the most impressive destinations in the world. As you can see just from this image here, it is such a breathtaking place to visit. Whether it's your first time or you're a returning traveler, there is something for everyone in this region. And today I'm going to talk to you about a couple of our tours to this beautiful destination and also a couple of the offers that we have for you today at our event. All right. So let's start off in Western Canada. Now, this 16-day incredible Canada and Alaska tour is the best way to see Canada if you're a first-time traveller. Starting in Calgary, you'll have a night there in the capital of Alberta, and then we'll head into Banff National Park. So we base ourselves in Canmore, which is a fantastic spot to base ourselves to explore the Rockies and all that Banff National Park has to offer. From here, we'll head into Kamloops in the Okanagan region for a night before heading to Whistler, which is obviously one of the most famous ski destinations in the world. Host to the 2010 Olympic Winter Games. There is something for everyone in Whistler, fantastic dining, surrounded by beautiful mountain ranges before we head to Vancouver for 3 nights. Now, having spent a few years in Canada, Vancouver is definitely one of my favorite cities in the world. It is such a multicultural city. It's very cosmopolitan. The dining is phenomenal, excellent shopping, and its setting on the harbour and surrounded by mountains is just something to behold. So a really beautiful place to spend a few nights before boarding, of course, your Inside Passage cruise up to Alaska. No trip to Canada is complete without tacking on this cruise. It is such a beautiful way to travel. The sheltered waters of the Inside Passage, mean you're going to have a nice, calm journey. And just some of the ports and the natural wonders that you're going to see are phenomenal. So we'll talk a little bit more detail about that shortly. Moving across, we've also got our 16-day incredible Rocky Mountaineer and Alaska tour. So this tour is very similar to the incredible Canada trip, except we've included the Rocky Mountaineer train journey. Now, this is by far one of the world's greatest train journeys. And I'm sure a lot of you here today are keen to get onto this train journey either next year or the year after. Now, there's a couple of service levels, which I'm sure the Rocky Mountaineer team will speak to you in a bit more detail about, but it is a fantastic way to travel before boarding your Inside Passage cruise. Heading over to Eastern Canada, we've got the 23-day Eastern Canada, the Rockies and Alaska. Now, this is for all of you who want to see all of Canada. You know, this is the quintessential journey for you if you want to see the East and the West and Alaska. We have 3 nights in Toronto, the capital of Ontario and the biggest city in Canada. Then we head up to Ottawa, which is the capital of Canada. So we explore the provincial buildings and the Parliament Hill area before heading deep into French Canada. Now, this is basically like stepping back in time. You'll feel like you're in a little village in Europe, walking through the cobbled streets of Quebec City. It is so stunning. Before we head to Montreal, which is the largest French-speaking city outside of Paris. So it's a really unique part of the world to explore. And then we fly you over to Calgary, where you'll join the 16-day incredible Canada and Alaska tour, and then finishing off up in Alaska. Over to the 15-day Eastern Canada and New England cruise. Now, this is for those of you who may have been to Western Canada already and wanting to explore the eastern side in a little bit more detail. So we see Toronto, Ottawa, Montreal, and Quebec City, and then you'll board a cruise from Montreal up through Eastern Canada and then finishing in Boston. And so you'll see some of those ports in New England in the northeastern United States. That's with Holland America. So that's a really beautiful cruise to take. It's a smaller sort of ship and you get into some of these little fishing villages. It's a really beautiful, beautiful cruise, and it's a fantastic way to see this part of the world. Now, obviously, Canada has some incredible sightseeing to witness. Now, the photo on the left here is Banff. This is one of the quintessential images of Canada and the Rockies. This is Banff Avenue here, framed by the imposing mountains, and it is such a great place to spend a few days. All of our tours to Western Canada will include a visit to Banff, where you get to spend time shopping, and we'll do some touring around the region. So it's such a stunning part of the world, and it is obviously a major highlight on any trip to Canada. Over to Vancouver here, as you can see by this image, it is just such a picturesque setting. It's on the harbour, so a lot of people compare it to Sydney, but you know, with those mountains around, it is such a beautiful part of the world. And it's also just, there's so much to do in Vancouver itself. So all of our tours have at least 3 nights there. where you'll get to spend time walking around. It's very easy to navigate on your own. And there's so many restaurants, there's so much shopping, there's so much history there in little areas like Gastown. So it is a really great place to visit. And it's a very safe and multicultural city framed by those mountains. Now, in the Rockies, the Icefields Parkway here on the left is definitely one of the most picturesque drives in the world. All of our tours to Western Canada will include at least part of the Icefields Parkway. And as you can see just from this photo here, you're traveling through these glacial valleys with huge soaring mountains on one side. You'll be traveling next to, turquoise blue lakes and rivers, and it is just so beautiful. And it's a really good place to see some wildlife. So another part of Canada, why it draws so many visitors year in, year out, is the wildlife. So here you'll see bighorn sheep. They're abundant in the Rockies, but as well as the bighorn sheep, you'll have the chance to see grizzly bears, wolves, black bears, moose, and that's just to name a few. So, you'll certainly see some wildlife on your trip to Canada. And if you're lucky, you might see a grizzly or a moose. Now let's head up to Alaska. So this is one of the last frontiers in the world. It is so beautiful, so remote, very wild, and the Sawyer Glacier is included on all of our Western Canada itineraries with the Royal Caribbean cruise up to Alaska. So one of the most incredible experiences of my life, I was lucky enough to go up on one of these cruises, and witnessing these glaciers, you just don't understand the sheer scale of these glaciers until you're actually there. And if you're lucky, you might get to see big chunks of ice carving into the placid waters up there. And it is just so phenomenal. It's so loud. The scale of it is impressive, and some of these chunks of ice are larger than 10, 20-story buildings. So it really is an incredible experience to witness, and one of those things that you're going to talk to your friends about when you get home, because I know I certainly have, and I think they've heard enough about it by now. On the right here, you'll see Ketchikan. So this is an example of one of the little ports that all of the cruisers up to the Inside Passage visit. Now, Ketchikan is such a beautiful little town. You'll explore Creek Street that's pictured there. It's the salmon capital of the world, so a really good place for shore excursions around salmon, fishing. It's a good place to see bears, because during the salmon run of August and September, the bears all come out and try and catch those salmon. So there's plenty of shore excursions to do. That's just a couple of the ports that we'll visit, but there's so many more things to see during the Alaska Inside Passage cruise. Now, heading over to Eastern Canada, no trip is complete without a visit to Niagara Falls. So over in the West, there is such diverse natural attractions, but the same goes for the East. Niagara Falls is definitely one of the most iconic waterfalls in the world, and all of our tours to Eastern Canada will include a visit there. Now, you'll have the chance to board the Maid of the Mist, or the Voyage to the Falls, which is the boat ride that goes up to the Niagara Falls. And you put your poncho on and you feel the sheer power of these falls. It is a fantastic experience, and one of those bucket list things that you have to do once in your life. Now, as I mentioned before, Quebec City and French Canada, it's like you're stepping back in time. You're going to a little village in Europe. As you can see pictured here, little narrow streets, cobblestones, stone architecture, and it's just got such a fascinating history, which you'll learn about from our tour director, who will be with you on your trip to Eastern Canada. Now, I just want to talk about some of the amazing inclusions that you'll receive by booking one of the trips that we've highlighted with Inspiring Vacations. So obviously all of the incredible sightseeing that I just mentioned, and that's just to name a few. There is so much to see and do in Canada and Alaska. I could speak about it all day if I had the time, but unfortunately I don't. So if you do want a bit more information, feel free to go and speak to our reservations team, or ask questions at the end of this session about some of the things that you can see and do over in Canada and Alaska. All of our tours are partially escorted, so there'll be some days where you're on your own, and a lot of the days you'll be with an expert tour director or a local guide. So that's such a great way to learn about the destination and find out about the history and learn about the culture and just really immerse yourself in these places that you're visiting. We include quality, well-located 3-star hotels throughout Canada. So all of our hotels are hand-picked. The cruise ships are absolutely well appointed. So the accommodation is extremely comfortable, and we've done that so that you've got a really nice place to rest after a long day's touring, after a long day's sightseeing. All of our tours to Canada and Alaska include a cruise. So you've either got the choice in the west of the 7-night Alaska Inside Passage cruise, or in the east, we've also got the 7-night Holland America New England cruise. So both cruise journeys are iconic. They're both one of those things that you need to see and do at some point during your life. And, you know, I know luckily for me, I've gone on the Inside Passage cruise and I just can't wait to get back up there. And we've also got Rocky Mountaineer options available. So if you'd like to add Rocky Mountaineer to your Canada or Alaska tour, speak to our reservations team and we have an offer for you. Now, to thank you all for coming along today, we've put together some incredible offers that are only available for you today. So a trip to Canada or Alaska, we've got trips starting from $4,999 per person, twin share. So if you look around, you'll see a similar tour for around $6,000. So our tours always represent incredible value. And today we've got an offer of return airfares from Melbourne for only $499 per person. Now that is a spectacular deal. The flights alone are valued at almost $2,000. So we're just really excited to get you over to Canada or Alaska and really, happy to share these fantastic offers with you today. Now we've got departures from May to September 2022. It is selling out fast. Canada and Alaska is one of the most popular destinations in the world. So we highly recommend you book as soon as possible to avoid disappointment. Now, if you do have any questions about our Canada or Alaska tours or any of the inclusions that I mentioned, please feel free to ask questions now to our colleague. Thank you so much for joining me, and we can't wait to see you in Canada and Alaska. Thank you.
So any questions about Rocky Mountaineer or our Canada itineraries, Martin and I will be able to cover off on the end. I am pretty excited about this next one. I saw it yesterday. Martin did a great presentation on South America. And if it's as good as yesterday, we're in for a great show. Sorry, I've built it up there, haven't I? Apologies.
We're going to keep that up now. Mic in first. Thank you very much. Hello, you guys again. A few familiar faces from the previous presentation. Great to see you here again. And I had to turn my microphone on, so I'm going to have to start this again. Hey, here we go. Okay, so thank you again for being here. Thank you to those live streaming from home. Thank you guys for being there as well. Yes, I've got this beautiful South American trip that I would like to introduce you to today. I've got a little video to show you first. Let's go through it and then I'll take on again.
Hi, my name is Julian Alvarez and I am a tour guide here. Right now we are located in Barranco, one of the 43 districts of Lima City, known as the Bohemian District of Lima. There are two things that you can do really interested in Barranco. One is to find all the places where you... Hi, my name is Juliano Galesi, and I am a tour guide in Lima. Right now we are located in Barranco, one of the 43 districts of Lima City. This is known as the Bohemian District of Lima. There are two things that you can do really interesting in Barranco. One is to find all the places where you can have a pisco sour, the national drink of Peru. The other thing is that you can find a lot of really beautiful places to eat. Like, for example, behind me you can see a sky blue building. This building is known as Tio Mario, where you can find one of the delicacies, the bull heart kebab. Trust me, if you're coming to Peru, you really want to try this. This is just a small show of what Lima is and also what Peru can be. We have culture, we have art, but we also have all the races in the world. And that's one of the marvelous things of this country. We have everything. The result of Peruvian gastronomy nowadays is the mixtures of cultures, of races. And that is one of the wonderful things that you can find in this country. So, are you ready?
Around South America, telling people all about the beautiful places that we visit. So it's like reliving that again. And in a personal note, in that trip from BA to girl back in the day, she's my wife today. We've got 3 kids, a mortgage, a dog, the whole shebang. So yeah, it's a story that I like to relive every now and then. This trip starts in BA. We fly you up to Iguazu Falls, then go to Rio, fly you all across the continent to Peru, and we spend a fair bit of time in Peru exploring everything that Peru has to offer. Let's go through some of the images that I've got ready for you. We land in Buenos Aires. On day 2 of the tour in Buenos Aires, we're going to take you on a full city tour of Buenos Aires. You're going to see La Boca, you're going to see the Recoleta, the obelisk, you're going to see all the main sites. If this is your first time in Buenos Aires, and if you are into big cities, I do recommend you to arrive a couple of days earlier and spend a bit of time in Buenos Aires. There's so much to see. There's something for those that like to see theaters, those who like to see museums, those who like to see perhaps the Delta River there. So it's a little bit for everyone. If you're interested in, get there a couple of days earlier. Now, I do apologize to those vegan or vegetarians in this room or there on the internet, but I had to put those 3 cows there lying on the barbecue. Asado barbecue, it's the way we do life in South America, in Argentina especially. We have dinner, we have a beef for dinner on Mondays, on Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. I kid you not, I still remember being at home. My mom would bring us dinner, and we'll go, "Mom, where's the beef? What happened to the meat?" Barbecue in Argentina, and you turn up with the chicken. People will go, "Oh, I'm sorry, not feeling well." Or not doing very well financially, you're struggling. So yeah, we do beef, we do it very well. Has anyone been to Argentina? No? Yeah, the beef was anywhere near as good as I'm saying it was? Don't tell me you're vegetarian. Oh no, you'll have to go again. So the gentleman there didn't get to have any word for now. You have to go there and experience it yourself. We fly you up to the Iguazu Falls. A spectacular Iguazu Falls. No disrespect to Canada and the Victoria Falls or the Niagara Falls or the Victoria Falls in Africa. The Iguazu Falls are the most spectacular falls on earth. There are a series of 275 falls. Depending on the time of the year you go, if there's less water, you will see each of them. But if there's more water flowing, they turn into one, and it's just an incredible sight to see. Now, unfortunately for us, Argentinian, we share the falls with Brazil, which is terrible. It's like no kid likes to share the favorite toy with a brother. So we have to share them with Brazil. We take you to both sides of the Iguazu Falls. We take you to the Argentinian side, and we also take you to the Brazilian side. On the Argentinian side, it's a very, very immersive experience. You go in, you get wet, your hair will be like this by the end of the day. You do a lot of walking. You can catch a little speedboat all the way to the falls, the falls coming down on you. So it's a kind of day where you're going to need your poncho. You're going to get wet anyway, but you can try with a poncho. You will need to put your camera in a little bag because it's going to get wet. Just that kind of experience. The next day, Brazil, do your hair up. Put your sunnies, nice shoes. You have beautiful panoramic views all across the Iguazu Falls. A great place to go and take pictures. So it's a very, very different experiences. We make sure you experience both. After seeing, living, and experiencing the Iguazu Falls to our heart's content, we fly up to Rio de Janeiro. This Cidade Maravilhosa, like they like to call it there, the marvelous city. And I hate to admit this, but it is my favorite city in South America. As a big city, it's my favorite city. It's always hot and humid. It's vibrant. It's ever happening. They love life there. They live in singlets, shorts and thongs, and they go to the beach and they play soccer and they look amazing and the girls are lovely and the boys look good. It's just that kind of city. So it's a beautiful, beautiful place. And 3 days we spend there. There's a lot just to do and see. The first day, we're going to take you on a full day, again, city tour of Rio de Janeiro. We're going to take you to the Christ the Redeemer there. You can see in the image, we'll also drive you all around to the Sugarloaf, the Pau de Azúcar, that mountain on the other side of the Guabara, is it valley? The Guabara Bay. So it's a full-on day. The next day is free. Easy for you to relax and do whatever you want to do. More likely than not, you're going to end up walking along Ipanema Beach, Copacabana Beach. You can go to the cafe where the girl of Ipanema was you know, you will end up dancing in Brazil. Whether you like dancing or not, you will end up dancing in Brazil. It's a fantastic destination. 3 days in Brazil, in Rio, we fly all across the continent to Lima, to Peru, Lima, the capital of Peru. We spend a day there. Again, we take you on a city tour, show you all the highlights that there are to be seen in Lima, and then we fly you to the Amazon jungle, one of my favorite destinations there as well. We got 3 days and 2 nights for you there on a beautiful Amazon lodge. Very, very comfortable lodge. You're not going to rough it up. You're not going to sleep on the floor. You're not going to sleep in a hammock. It's an amazing, beautiful lodge. And from there, we take you to on different experiences to see the wildlife. And that's something that they're doing really, really well in Peru. They realized many years ago that people are not going to fly all around the world to see brown rivers and green trees. People want to see wildlife. And again, I mentioned to you, I was a tour leader there. So I've been lucky to go to that part of the world for the last 20 years. And every time I go, I actually get to see more wildlife than the last time I went there. They're doing a great conservation work there, and all the wildlife is returning, is coming back closer to civilization, to the lodges. So these days, you will see the parrots there on the clay walls. You will see families of capybara there, almost guaranteed. And you get to see the giant otters on the rivers, on the lagoons, which is very rare to see. They're only there if the environment is very, very healthy. So they're all returning. And if you're very lucky, you will get to see jaguars. Now, I haven't seen a jaguar, but the last time I went there, we actually saw prints of jaguar all around our lodge, which was fantastic. It's great to see them coming back to civilization, to get so close to people again. After 3 days and 2 nights at the Amazon Lodge, we fly you to Cusco. Land in Cusco, we take you straight to the Sacred Valley for 2 reasons. One, Cusco is actually quite high. It's at more than 3,000 meters above the sea level, so it can be an uncomfortable night. We take you down to the Sacred Valley, which is at about 2,000 meters of altitude. Much more comfortable to be there for the first couple of nights whilst you get adjusted to altitude. But it's also a beautiful place. The Sacred Valley was, back in the day, in the Inca day, and still is, was a fruit bowl of the Inca Empire. Here they grew all the different fruits and grains and everything that they transported all across the Inca Empire. And it's one of those places where you start to realize that the Incas haven't actually disappeared. The Inca culture is still there, very much alive, and you will see it on each of the little towns that we take you, and the way they work the land, the traditions, you will see them. It's a culture that's still thriving. After a couple of days there, where do we go? Where do we take you in Peru? Machu Picchu, the one and only. We take a little train. It's not a Benz Rocky Mountaineer train, but it's a very picturesque 2-hour ride to the base of Machu Picchu. You catch a bus, and we take you to Machu Picchu, where you see this magnificent citadel, incredible citadel that the Incas built. The Spaniards never found it, so it's really well preserved. And again, it's one of those experiences that if you saw it 20 years ago and you saw it today, you'll be wowed again, because every time they keep excavating and unearthing different parts of the city, they keep restoring it, putting roofs to the different houses. So more and more, it looks like it would have looked hundreds of years ago when the Incas lived there. Nothing will prepare you to that first sight of Machu Picchu down there in front of you. Now, it doesn't matter how many images, how many photos you've seen. When you are there for the first time, it's an amazing experience. We then take you down to Cusco. I said that Rio was my favorite big city. Cusco is my favorite small town in South America. Cusco in Quechua literally means belly button. Cusco was the belly button of the Inca Empire, the center of the Inca Empire, and from there they expanded north to Colombia, south to Argentina, east into the jungle and into the coast. And then the Spaniards came, right? So they took all those amazing Inca buildings and they used them to build the churches, the cathedrals, the houses. So today, Cusco is an incredible, and you won't find another place in South America like this, an incredible place where you see the mix of Inca and Spanish architecture all together. It's one of those places where you go, oh, I'll spend there a night or two, and you want to spend a week or 10 days, that kind of experiences. So we spent a fair bit of time in Cusco for you to explore and to see it all. You will not want to leave, but we'll drag you out and we'll take you south to the Lake Titicaca. Again, another very, very unique experience in South America, the highest navigable lake in the world. This that you can see here on the image on the left is the Uros Island. The Uros Islands are about 30 minutes boat ride from the coast of Puno. These people have been living there for hundreds of years. They were escaping the Incas. The Incas were great people if you wanted to be friends with them. If you didn't want to be friends with them, they kill you. So this Uros culture made it to the shores of Lake Titicaca, and they built the islands out of reed. They cut the reed, they bundle it up, dry it out, and then put layer over layer over layer of reed to make these islands. And they live there all their lives. So we go there with the groups. It's quite an interesting experience. I tell people that if the group is standing in one corner of the island, you're not talking to the tour leader, the island actually starts sinking. So the whole group needs to move to the other side of the island. It's a great experience. They live in these islands. They have cattle. They have cows in there. I've seen cows holding on to their lives on those little boats as they move them from island to island. It's a very, very unique experience. I have not seen anything like that anywhere else. And then we take you to Lima. That's the end of the tour. From there, you can go up to the Galapagos Islands. You can keep going to Colombia. You can go down to Antarctica as you please, or we can bring you back home if you want to. A lot of inclusions, a lot of great inclusions on this trip. A small group tour, only 20 people, so it's very easy to zoom around the cities and go all around the inclusions. Great accommodation, 4 stars accommodation throughout, and we have that amazing Amazon Lodge as well in there. Expert guides, you saw Julian there in the camera. It's not that easy for them to go and create those little videos for us, but they are very, very engaging people. Those tour leaders really change the way you see the destination. A wall, just a plain wall, turns into a full-on story when you have one of our knowledgeable leaders at hand. Comprehensive sightseeing, daily brekkie, so nothing to worry about with breakfast, 3 lunches and 2 dinners. For this event, we had this trip going from $5,999, and you can add your airfares from $999 if you want to. We've got dates departing from February 22 until November 2023. So whatever date suits you, we've got a date there ready for you. And I think that brings us to the end of the presentation. And Brendan, I'm running out of time. Sorry.
It kind of takes us back to last group here at the moment. It's a bit cold. Apologies. So we're going to do questions. We are going to we're okay for time. We're going to do questions, but I think we should do the prize first, just so no one misses out on that. We'll come back to the how to book in a moment. So hopefully everyone was listening during those presentations. We're going to give away a bottle of wine. It is the fastest hand up with the right answer, obviously, that makes sense. Gets a bottle of wine from Inspiring Vines. So the question is, in which country will you find Machu Picchu? I think we might need to do a question on the Uros next time. How does the cow get to the Uros? All right, we'll quickly do this and then we'll answer any questions that you might have. So apologies, I know there's a few people that have been here for the last session. If you want to book on Canada, South America that we've seen just before, the Rocky Mountaineer, deposits start as low as $99 up to about $199. It is a simple deposit to lock in the airfare, which is the offer that we've been running through today. The good thing about it is there's a 7-day cooling off. So If you want to lock in the offer for today, you've got 7 days. It's a complete change of mind guarantee, and you get a refund of that deposit. A couple of people are booking back-to-back trips. We had a few yesterday. It's 5% off the second trip if you want to go away for an extended period of time next year. They don't have to be consecutive, though. You can book another trip at another stage. If you want to book here today, about diagonally, sort of just out there, we do have our reservations guys. They can answer any questions about dates and itineraries and things like that that you might have. Alternatively, you've all got a little pricing flyer, I think, in your folder. There's a QR code. If you scan it, it will take you straight through to the website. It's just name and credit card. And that, as I said, it's still that 7-day cooling off, even if you book online as well. So, questions? Yes.
Okay, the question was whether we're going to be
Carnival.
Carnival. The answer is no. we try to, actually, there is a big part that finishes that is there close to. Carnival is great if you want to go and see it. By all means, go and see it. You have to be in the mood for Carnival. It's full on. And it's incredibly difficult to get accommodation or services during Carnival. They block out accommodation and services in 7-day period. So even if you want to stay one night, they push you to book 7 nights of accommodation. So it's quite difficult to go there. But if that's what you want to say, it's quite an experience. You have to be up for it. It's full on, but yeah, that's how it goes.
Anybody else?
With the Canadian
yep.
tour and the airfares,
yes.
If you wanted to extend or take
go somewhere else.
Francisco, that's okay.
That is fine. So we just call that an airfare variation. All you do is you pop in a request with either online or whoever you book with. We'll quote you on that, and we call it an open jaw. We fly you into Vancouver if that's where you're starting, and out of San Francisco. You'll just need to make your own way down, obviously, to San Francisco, though. Yep. If there's a difference in the cost, so sometimes depending on what cities you fly to or what time of year it is, the airlines charge different amounts. If it's outside of our promotional airfare, we'll advise you that, and you guys can make a call if you still want to go ahead with it or not. But we won't get anything until we speak to you.
And what about if you wanted to upgrade to business class?
Same process.
Is there a special rate for that?
Not for today, unfortunately. There would be obviously a difference in cost. We would quote you what the business fare is for your date, and then you guys decide if you want to go ahead with that one as well. Yeah, I think the lady back here.
With the Mountaineer, does the train stop so that you can take photos of the sites, like there's a waterfall there and stuff, so that
it goes really slow past the key sites. So some of the waterfalls, when I was doing it, they go like at a snail's pace past the waterfall, but it's actually on a public track. So they actually are still constrained by time. There are freight trains behind them. So they do need to keep moving, but they don't stop. They stop in Kamloops for the night, get you off. It's a great experience. They take you to the hotel and bring you back the next day, and then go as slow as they can past the sites. Yeah, but Gold Leaf is great because it's got the vestibule out the back, which is the outside area, and that's where you can get the best photos. Oh, yes.
Yes. The risk that's coming to the end of the rainy season, but look, I wouldn't time my trip based on the amount of water the falls are going to be carrying, especially these days with all the different weather events. You might turn up in the rainy season and they're dry. They're incredibly, they're very Brazilian in that respect. They're very temperamental. So,
that's the Argentinian part.
but yeah, look, there will be a fair amount of water. It should be, but I wouldn't time my visit to South America on the amount of water.
Yes. We've probably got time for one more question. We've got our Japan session starting next. Anybody else? No? Excellent. Who is staying for Japan? And yes, we knew that already. That's fantastic. If you do want to stay, feel free to stay. All we ask is that if you haven't registered for the next session, make your way out first. Let the other guys come in, and then if there's any free seats, feel free to come and sit down. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hajimemashite. He weaves through cedar and maple. The forest floor welcomes his tread. I can tell you, my friends, this journeyman devoured mountains like balls of rice. Although he had spent his whole life exploring forests and valleys such as these, and thought he knew all there was to know of such places, this day his heart disquiet. Green apricot to crimson. Blushing petals rain upon his pack. Anticipation blooms as the way ahead clears in a bittersweet shimmer. Of course, as in all such places, a magnificent maiden awaits. She smells like soft rainfall and hot nights. Gasping, the traveler fights to regain each stolen breath. Struggling, he manages to utter. Arouse my eyes, for surely I was born blind and have not known perfection until this day. Electrify me, for my body is numb, my tongue asleep, my senses begging to awaken. Incarcerate me. To not have known you is a crime, and I should know you forevermore from this day forth. My life has been a desert, and you are the first drop of rain. Through the silence, she smiles. Hajimemashite. Welcome. I have been waiting for you.
Takes me back. Every time I watch that video, it has me running to book my next trip to Japan. It is absolutely an amazing destination. It's just so many things wrapped into one, I think, is what makes it so incredible. It's the people. They're absolutely to die for. They're most lovely people. Could not be friendlier when you arrive. It's the food and the incredible culture, the history that goes behind this country is just so amazing. And it's so close. You can arrive in the same day, no jet lag. It's absolutely lovely. So let's have a look at it. It is one of our really, I guess our favorite, one of our most popular destinations here at Inspiring Vacations. So much so that we've got 3 trips which we offer. These all have, I guess, their own uniqueness about them, but they also have some similarities. So regardless of which one of these trips you do choose to travel on to Japan, it's going to take you to all the must-see sites. So each one is going to take you to those key sites that you want to visit on any first-time trip to Japan. It would be my 4th time to Japan. I would still go back to any of these destinations in a heartbeat, because every single time you go, you discover something new. We've got a couple of differences. Inspiring Japan, we're going to look at in a moment. That one, obviously, purely by where it goes, you can kind of see it does diverge away from that standard route. And then we've got our 13-day Cherry Blossoms of Japan. So for those people that are looking to go in that cherry blossom period, and I guess you wanted to have that full experience. The Japanese call it Hanami. It is essentially a festival around that time. It is one of their biggest holidays during that period as well. It's kind of like their New Year's. So it is a huge time to go to Japan. It's filled with celebration. And the 13-day trip allows you to see the blooms. All of these trips go during cherry blossom, so it doesn't matter which one you pick. But at the same time, the 13-day one just goes to the best places to view those incredible blooming flowers. So let's have a look at the similarities first. they all go to the Golden Route. Now, the Golden Route used to be the main trading route from Tokyo to Kyoto back in the Edo period. That's since probably been replaced by modern forms of transportation. The Golden Route now is the main tourist route. Now, that puts a lot of people off, but it shouldn't. It is the route where you're going to see the most incredible sights that Japan has to offer. That's why they call it the Golden Route. It starts in Tokyo. Now, Tokyo, all of our trips either finish or begin here. You've got multiple nights to enjoy the city as well. And it's filled with everything. It's got that ultra modern that only the Japanese do so well. It's also got those incredible historical sites. It's got the Imperial Palace. It's got Asakusa there as well. Incredible city to visit and just massive in scale compared to anything that we're used to seeing here in Australia. You head down to Mount Fuji. All of our trips visit Mount Fuji. Now, you don't go to the top. That is left to the people that want to take backpacks and hike all their way up to the top of Mount Fuji. Quite a difficult climb by all accounts. We take you to, beg your pardon? Oh, sorry. We take you to, apologies. We take you to the best viewing location. So you get to see the mountain as well. Now, the heavens need to be very kind in order for this to happen. Cloud cover will ruin your view, but hopefully on the day that we arrive, we get these spectacular images as well. We then bring you up through the Japanese Alps, over them through to Takayama. Now, we'll get on to Takayama in a moment because it's probably one of the key locations on the Golden Route, a fascinating city to visit. Before that, though, then we head to Kanazawa and down to Kyoto. Now, on the Golden Route, all of our tours are going to visit Matsumoto. I love going to these Japanese feudal castles. This is one of 3. It's called the Crow Castle. It's incredibly well preserved. It obviously is a testament back to that feudal time in Japan. You can go inside, you can go right to the top. It's quite a steep climb, but there are stairs to take you up. But it's also surrounded by these amazing gardens that Japan is so famous for. Takayama I mentioned. So Takayama, about halfway along the Golden Route, right sort of in the central island there. It is a fantastic place to visit. It's got one of the best preserved old parts of the city where you can see these incredible wooden buildings that Japan used to be so famous for. It is, I guess, a glimpse into what rural life used to be like in Japan hundreds of years ago. And it is one of the best preserved examples. Kanazawa shouldn't be discounted either. Kanazawa is home to the Kenroku Garden. This is considered to be the most revered garden in Japan. It is, manicured down to a millimeter. Every single tree has been touched, probably by a tiny little pair of scissors about this big, and it is absolutely spectacular. The Japanese do this very well. It's pretty much an art form. It is an incredible thing to behold, the way that they keep these gardens looking the way they do. Now, if it ended here in Kyoto, you'd be completely happy. You could say my trip to Japan has been amazing, and I can go home being completely fulfilled that I've seen everything. Kyoto is incredible. It is the center, I guess, of Japanese culture. It used to be obviously the capital many years ago, and therefore it houses some of the most iconic, I guess, Japanese treasures in Japan. It was spared all the bombing during the war. The Allies saw it as too culturally significant to destroy, and therefore all that history has remained. It is an amazing, amazing place to visit. It has one of the most densely populated, if that's the word, I guess, areas of UNESCO World Heritage Sites of any city in the world. And so everything you see is just incredible. The Golden Pavilion. If you're looking for inspiration on a way to retire, this is probably the way to do it. This was a shogun's retirement village. He built it for himself. Obviously the shoguns, very, very high. They were considered quite divine. And so he actually had it completely wrapped in gold leaf from the top 2 floors. I think it's about 18 carats. It does glisten like that you can see here in the picture on a very good day. It is that bright. He passed away and he actually donated it to the Buddhist religion. It's now a Zen temple and surrounded by these amazing gardens as well. The next one over, Fushimi Inari, which is where you see these orange torii gates. Now, this is a Shinto shrine. So Shinto religion, the most popular religion in Japan. And this is one of the most holy sites. This is built on a sacred mountain. And they have thousands of torii gates. Each one of those orange pillars there is a torii gate, taking you up the mountain itself. Now, when you're there, it's not going to look like this very often. There's about 1,000 people trying to do exactly the same thing that you're doing. So there's heads everywhere in your photos, which is very annoying. Hot tip, there's 2 paths. So one goes up, one comes down. They're both covered in torii gates. If you jump across to the one coming down on your way up, for some reason, not as popular, not as many people coming down, and I nabbed that picture there. So really, really great way to get some stunning photography everywhere in Japan is beautiful. Where they differ. So Inspiring Japan, probably the biggest difference. I mean, this itinerary goes down very, very far south in Japan. Where it differs from, essentially from Kyoto, it starts diverging. You see Takamatsu on the map there. That is on the island of Shikoku. Now, Shikoku is very rarely visited by too many tours. It's considered to be the nature island or the wild island of Japan, and it's completely covered in just natural beauty. And not too many people get to go down as far as Shikoku, which makes this tour incredibly special. We keep going down to the island of Kyushu. So Kyushu is where you see Beppu on the map there in Nagasaki. Now Beppu, you can see a picture of it here. It's actually built on top of one of the most active geothermal locations in Japan. And so what has made it so special is that the onsen culture in Japan, this process of bathing and I guess purifying yourself, very, very important in their culture. It has the most amount of onsen. So it is very, very popular for the domestic Japanese travelers coming here to experience that onsen. Now these ones, the Hells of Beppu, do not swim in those. They're about 100, 200, 300 degrees, depending on which one you go into. They're purely for looking at, but there is incredible thermal pools that come up and you can see these spectacular colorations of the minerals. Some of them are bright red, some of them are bright blue, like the ones that you see there. We head down to Nagasaki after that. So Nagasaki, obviously famous, the second city, famous for all the wrong reasons. It is an incredibly important place, I think, to go and visit. Very, very reflective of obviously the time that happened back there. We go and visit the memorial and the Peace Park that's in Nagasaki as well, before heading up to Hiroshima. Now Hiroshima, the one that everybody knows, obviously was obliterated during the war. We go to the bomb dome. So this is one of the only structures that survived after the bomb was dropped. All of our tours go to Hiroshima. So it's a very, very crucial part of our itineraries and one that all of our customers say was probably one of the most moving experiences of their trip. We go and visit the Peace Park in Hiroshima as well. And that's really just an opportunity there to see the stories and learn about what unfolded, obviously, at the end of the war. All of these trips, regardless of which one you choose, include relatively the same level, the same standard of accommodation. They're all fully escorted. So a guide will meet you on day one, the same guide, and they will drop you off on the very last day. So you've got a guide throughout the entire trip. Our star rating for these ones is 3 to 4 star. A mix of 3, mix of 4 star, depending on where you're staying. They're well located. Japanese cities are very, very spread out compared to, it's not like Melbourne CBD here, where you can kind of walk from one end to the other in about half an hour. Very, very spread out. But we've put you in the best location possible to explore around the hotels. So they're all well located. They're twin share or double. I will note with the bedding in Japan, it's a little bit smaller than what we're used to here. Hot tip as well, some people do like traveling. Obviously, if you're traveling as a couple, it's nice to have a double bed. The twin beds are by far the most comfortable. They're a little bit bigger and you just are actually doubles. So not like queens or kings like we get here in Australia. They tend to be double beds. So nice to have the twins, have a bit of space. Dedicated coach transportation. So this is the bus. It's going to, again, meet you on day one. It will be the bus that takes you all the way through Japan, and it's going to take you to all those sites as well, obviously with a driver. Oh, we didn't talk about it. The bullet train. All the itineraries include the bullet train. So I think once to experience once, it's a great form of transportation. We include the ticket as well. The train journeys run for different durations, depending on the itinerary that you pick, anywhere from about 45 minutes to about an hour and a half. Great experience, incredibly exhilarating, obviously traveling upwards of 300 kilometers. Breakfast daily. Hotels all include breakfast. So you can wander down in the morning, enjoy breakfast, and we include a feature dinner with all itineraries. So it's a nice way to experience a traditional Japanese meal, get to know the group, obviously bond in that sense, but it's nice to have that dinner included as well. Outside of that, all the hotels are located in great locations to dine at many, many restaurants in each of these cities. Now, what is on offer today? So apologies to those that have heard this a few times. The offer today is about the airfares. So these particular trips, they start from 4,499. So depending on which one you choose, those are our low season prices. So there are different prices depending if you're going to go in cherry blossoms or in autumn. However, the offer for today is the 299 airfares. So that is to get get you from any of the eastern capital cities, and that will take you to Japan and bring you back home. It's a fixed price, so regardless of which date you pick, it's just going to be that $299. Departure dates start from April. So cherry blossom periods. Cherry blossom starts from about the last week of March to the first week of April. Our March dates are pretty much sold out. We've still got some availability for cherry blossoms in April next year, but then the year after has full availability for cherry blossoms as well. Great time, but just keep in mind, it's also the busiest time to travel in Japan. It's great going outside of that, especially if you're into those autumn colors, which happens around the end of October, November. Now, we're going to do questions at the end. Martin is going to tell us a little bit about Vietnam and Cambodia, which will be fantastic, and then Sri Lanka, I believe.
That's right. So, change the mic. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, everyone, for being here. A few familiar faces from the previous session, and of course, we say hi to our friends joining us on the live stream. Let's go through Vietnam and Cambodia. Yes, excellent. I've got 2 trips to entice. You know, Japan is fantastic, and you know, there's no one better than Brendan to tell you all about Japan. It's an amazing destination. But it's been a long year looked up, and so let's go to more than one place next year if we can, or in 2023. So I'm going to try to entice you with these 2 Vietnam and Cambodia tours. The first one is a 9 days highlights of Vietnam, and the second one, the 13-day highlights of Vietnam and Cambodia. The itinerary on the Vietnam section of both trips is exactly the same. We land in Hanoi, take you to Ha Long Bay, fly down to Da Nang, spend 3 days in Hoi An before going south to Ho Chi Minh City, going to the Cu Chi Minh tunnels and so on. Now, if you're finishing your trip in Vietnam, we fly you home from there, from Ho Chi Minh City. If you want to continue on to Cambodia, you fly to Siem Reap, spend a couple of days there before going down to Phnom Penh and flying back home from Phnom Penh. Now, just to make sure you don't fall asleep on me, we got a little prize for you. At the end of the presentations, we're going to ask you a question. If you are the first to put your hand up and answer it correctly, you go home with a bottle of wine. Not just a great trip deal, but a bottle of wine as well. So don't go asleep on me, stay with me. Let's get started with this Vietnam trip. We land in Hanoi. We pick you up from the airport and take you to the hotel. The hotel is beautifully located in the center of town. There's no activities included for you that first day, so you are free to go out and start exploring the food scene in Hanoi. When I went to Hanoi for the first time, I was living on Victoria Street here in Richmond. You guys know here there's great Vietnamese restaurants there to offer. So I went on to order my Vietnamese food, thinking I know what I'm getting. The first time I ordered food in Vietnam, I realized I had absolutely no idea what the real Vietnam food was like. So the flavors are so much better. Everything is just more alive, hotter as well. My goodness, I'm not used to hot food, and I paid the price there. So yeah, Hanoi is really your first introduction to that amazing food scene that Vietnam has to offer. The next day, we pick you up nice and early, and we take you up to Ha Long Bay. When you get to Ha Long Bay, we won't put you up on a little junk boat floating up and down Ha Long Bay. We're going to put you up on this amazing Scarlet Pearl cruise. It's a small cruise, only 26 cabins, with all the luxurious amenities that you might not actually enjoy every day in life. I would say it's just very, very luxurious. If you're anything like me, that was far more luxurious than anything that I've experienced before. Beautiful rooms, all the amenities again that you need to really make the most of Ha Long Bay. And for beautiful that the Scarlet is, really you are there to see Ha Long Bay and to cruise along those amazing limestone islands popping up from the bay. Incredible day, very peaceful day. We spent the whole afternoon cruising through the different islands. By the end of the afternoon, we stopped by one of them. We go for a little walk, we go for a swim as well. Very nice, warm waters there in Ha Long Bay. Take you back to the cruise, spend the night. The next morning, nice and early, if you're up for it, what are you going to do? bit of Tai Chi. The crew on board of the boat are gonna take you on a Tai Chi session for those keen. If not, you don't have to, you can sleep in, but it's a beautiful thing to do nice and early in the morning. The whole bay is quiet. Heartbreaking, we keep cruising along, viewing this amazing place. And then we come back to Hanoi. The next day in Hanoi, yes, we will take you through the main highlights of Hanoi. That's when we go on a full-on city tour. We go through the Temple of Literature, the Ho Chi Minh Mausoleum. We also pass by the Tran Quoc Pagoda there in the image, the oldest Buddhist building there in Hanoi, huge significance for people there in Hanoi. And then we catch a flight. We fly down to Da Nang, and then a little bus ride to Hoi An. There's no airport in Hoi An, so we fly to Da Nang first and then continue the journey by bus. Hoi An used to be a very important port in Vietnam. Today, it's just an exquisite little town. It's a combination of tottering Japanese buildings, Chinese temples, and ancient tea houses. The name of the game in Hanoi, has anyone been to Hanoi? Yes? What did you do in Hanoi? Just walking. Excellent. That was exactly my point. Bring your walking shoes because you're going to need them in Hoi An. There's a lot of walking to be done, and it's the best way really to see it all, to see the old town, go through the bridges. So be prepared to walk in Hoi An. We spent 3 days there. We will do a guided walking tour with a tour guide that will introduce you to all the highlights of the places to go. And then you've got a fair bit of time on your own there to continue exploring. Now, I have to say this, and I do apologize in advance to all the blogs here and watching through the streamline. In Hoi An, they also happen to have the best tailors in Vietnam. And they are amazing, and they are very cheap. I see a lady nodding there. I guess yes, yes. So chances are you're going to end up at one of these tailors. You're going to be measured up everywhere, and you will come out with a new suit, shirt, shorts, trousers. They are incredibly fast as well. You go there on the afternoon, they measure you up. Next morning, they try it on. If you need to be fixed, that afternoon, the following afternoon, you're walking home with your bags full of goodies. And yeah, they're amazing. I still have some of the pants that I got done there. So a great place. 3 days in Hoi An, and then we fly down to Ho Chi Minh City. In Ho Chi Minh City, we will show you all the highlights that Ho Chi Minh City has to include. We also we have a full day city tour there. We go to the Binh Thai market, the Reunification Palace, the post office, and all the main buildings there in Ho Chi Minh City. And we also take you to the Ho Chi Minh tunnels and the War Museum, of course. Now, different experiences there. For me, I'm a South American. I'm coming from Argentina. When I went there, it was incredibly touching. At the time, it was for me, the Vietnam War was a very foreign war. You know, I only learned about it at school. The experience for many of you here might be completely different. I was talking to a gentleman yesterday that served in the war, so his experience in Ho Chi Minh City was very, very different. But regardless of where you're coming from and your experiences, the War Museum it's something very, very touching, something that you want to see. Very sombering, very anti-American, as you can expect. But yeah, we will take you there, and it's up to you to spend as much or as little time as you want. But it's certainly an experience. You will also have free time to go to the Mekong Delta. A great trip as well. Spend the whole day exploring the Mekong River. We take you in those little canoes. You can paddle if you want. Don't have to paddle. But we take you in those little canoes to the smaller farms, smaller communities where you have lunch before coming back to Ho Chi Minh City. And that is it for those finishing the trip in Ho Chi Minh. We fly you home from there. If you want to continue on to Cambodia, you fly to Phnom Penh, Siem Reap, sorry, as we said before. And of course, we take you to the Angkor temples. The main temple there being Angkor Wat. And anyone been to Angkor Wat? Yes. Okay, let's see if you agree with me. But it's one of those sites where no matter what your religion is, whether you are Buddhist or you live in Allah or in God, you just have that sense of spirituality when you walk in that building. It's just so peaceful. You can see it's heart of the Cambodian culture, and you really do get a sense of that spiritual movement there. Do you get similar experiences? It's just me. No, thank you. Thank you. This is not staged, so thank you for agreeing there. So yeah, very moving, very touching experience as well. We come back to Phnom Penh, and from there we fly you home. So great inclusions in both these trips. We've got guided tours of Hanoi, Hoi An, and Ho Chi Minh City. 4 stars, 4 and 5 stars accommodation. Great accommodation throughout. We also have a night at the luxurious Halong Bay cruise. A great balance of included activities and optional tours, which I think is very important in a very, very safe country to travel, to have, just you shown around and tell you where to go and show the main sites, but then you have a bit of time for you to go and explore on your own. English speaking guide throughout, daily breakfast and 2 lunches. For this event, we have this Vietnam tour for you from $1,799. And if you want to make the most of the airfares today, it's only $199 to add those international fares from anywhere in Australia. We've got departure days from May to December 2022. And if you want to continue going to Cambodia, the price of that trip is from $2,499. And again, the flights are only from $199. So a great airfare offer for you guys. As Brendan, no, we haven't explained before, but you're only $99 to book, to secure your deal. Got a week to change your mind if you wish to. That is all I've got for Vietnam. Let me take you up to Sri Lanka, and I've got a video for you first. Oh, yes.
What unknown remains but the cartography of the human soul? Driven by primordial thirst, hearts long to fragment the bonds of cultural cultivation. A retrograde step from the known to an antecedent timeline. Mysterious yet familiar. Deja vu. Dust shrouds the sunrise, all the better to see with while remaining unseen, and allowing instinct to preside over logic. Scent and sound as valuable as sight. Curiosity lures towards our forebears' dilapidated tracks. Searching outward for a primal event, yet inward for a concealed fundamental. Veiled by civilization, yet still dormant. Waiting to awaken? Dare you to wonder.
Yep, dare you to wonder. All right, let's, what a phrase to finish. We've got another 2 trips there to hopefully tempt you with. We've got the 14-day ultimate Sri Lanka and the 16-day Sri Lanka and the Maldives. Similar to the itineraries in Vietnam, the Sri Lankan portion of the itinerary is very similar for both of them, if not, very similar. We start in Colombo, we go down to Gale Forte, we go then to Yala National Park, Nawara Elia, travel by train to Kandy, then move up to Sigiriya, and from there the itineraries change a little bit. If you are going to be finishing your adventure in Sri Lanka, we put you up 2 days in Chilau at a beautiful coastal destination there for you to chill out, relax, do nothing for a couple of days, re-energize before coming home. And if you're going to Maldives, we take Chilau out, we take you straight to the airport, we go to, we take a speedboat to, we fly to Malé, and then a speedboat to the water bungalows in the Maldives. So let's dive into this, the Sri Lanka itinerary. Sri Lanka has become one of the most desired safari destinations in the world. Don't need to go all the way to Africa to see amazing wildlife. They've got a lot of national parks in Sri Lanka, 22 national parks actually to be precise. with a total area of 6,000 square meters, which is just about 10% of the total area of Sri Lanka. Oodles of wildlife to be seen. The first opportunity that you will have to see wildlife is when we go down to Gale. From there, during the season, from October to April, you will have the opportunity to spot whales. So again, seasonal, it's not included, it's optional if you happen to travel at that time of the year, but what you will get to see, regardless of the time of the year you go, is the Kosgara Sea Turtle Conservation Project. 4 of the 5 sea turtle species that live that inhabit the world call this Sri Lanka host home. So they come to these shores to lay the eggs, and then they go down to sea. And as you might already know, the life of a sea turtle is really, really hard, and only 1 of 1,000 eggs that hatch are actually going to make it to adulthood. So what they do in this project is they make sure that every egg that is laid there on the beach has the best opportunities to reach the water in as good a condition as possible to maximize the opportunities to make it to adulthood. So a very, very educational project. Take my hats off at them. It's a family-run project. We go there, you will love it as much as I did. It's amazing. We go on to Yala National Park. Out of the 22 national parks, the biggest national park in Sri Lanka. We want to make sure you see wildlife, so we're going to visit this park twice. The first afternoon, the day we arrive there, on the afternoon, we take you to see the afternoon, evening wildlife. And then the following morning, we wake you up nice and early, and then we go back again to Yala National Park to see the morning wildlife. You are pretty much guaranteed to see the Sri Lankan elephant. If you don't see Sri Lankan elephants, we'll give you the money back. Sorry, don't make the promise right here, right now. You will see them. Yes, I'm not risking much. Yeah, am I? No, that's right. Yeah, sure. So yeah, you see a lot of elephants. You also get to see water buffaloes. You get to see spotted deer, sloth bears, and if you're lucky, you get to see leopards as well. The sightings are becoming more often, and our guides are amazing. They know where they've seen them the day before. They know where they've been around the last few days. So if you are going to see a leopard there on the wild, it's going to be with one of our leaders. We keep going from Yala. We go to Nawara Eliya. Now, our accommodation throughout the trip is amazing. It's great accommodation throughout. I am one that doesn't get too excited about accommodation. For me, a 3-star, 4-star, 5-star hotel is just a place where you go, put your bags at the end of the day, and then sleep, and then you go and explore the destination, right? But that said, there are a few places out there a few hotels that really help you and enhance your experience of that destination. And this place, the Grand Hotel, it's one of them. You can't avoid walking through the doors of the Grand Hotel and being transported back to the 1890s, to its glorious colonial days. So a great little experience. We not only take you there, but we will also include the first of our inspiring tastes. We're going to give you a very fancy high tea at the gardens and the restaurants of the Grand Hotel. So a great experience. I had to warn you though, you will have to wear something smart casual. So a warning for those I'll say Queenslanders out there that tend to wear shorts and thongs a little bit too often. You will have to wear something else for that occasion, or you won't be allowed into the restaurants. From Nawara Eliya, we travel by train to Kandy. Has anyone done that train ride here? You, yes, sir. Did you like it?
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
It's old world. Those railways are all built by the British.
That's right. So, exactly. An old rail line, in Sri Lanka, so they might be a little bit biased, but they say that it's the most scenic train ride in the world. So it's pretty scenic. It's quite nice. I'm not sure if it's the most scenic, but it's right up there. It will be for you to judge. Thank you very much for your input. We get to Kandy, and by now it's been a couple of days of go, a lot of exploring, wildlife, this and that. We get to Kandy and we settle down. We relax for a couple of days. we take you on a walking tour of Kandy. We will go and explore the Temple of the Sacred Tooth relic, one of the most sacred sites in Sri Lanka and around the world. It does hold a tooth from the Buddha. So again, this place holds immense significance in Sri Lanka and around the world. And we relax. A beautiful place to go and walk around the colonial town. A great place to relax for a couple of days. Next day, we continue on to Sigiriya, and we take you, of course, to perhaps the most photographed site in Sri Lanka, the Lion Rock. A rock which is a remnant of an old volcano. And back in 405 AD, King Kasaya decided to build his little house there in top of a hill. So built his huge citadel almost up there with beautiful gardens, pools, and a very, very steep stairwell, which you will have to climb if you want to get up to the top. Very steep, very steep. Did you make it? Yeah, was it worthwhile? It was when you got up there.
It's pretty scary.
It is. It can be a bit scary, a bit of an airy experience. But if you're up for it, the views there are definitely rewarding. So we take you there. You go with the guide. If you feel good enough, you can go up and climb and see everything that you have to offer. If not, you can stay down. But also in Sigiriya, we offer one of the experiences that I guess it makes me proud. It makes us all proud as a product team, as a company. You know, there's certain things that you won't get to see and experience if you travel there by yourself. So that evening, we're going to take you on an inspiring taste where we're going to give you Sundowners pre-dinner cocktails out of Arak cocktails. Has anyone tried Arak before? Yes, are you from the area by any chance or not? But you've tried Arak. Now, they say it's pretty strong. It's pretty strong, isn't it?
Which we had the same.
Okay.
Which is 110 proof.
Okay, so that's not as strong as that one. But you have to be careful with Arak and all the different cocktails that we're going to give you that afternoon, or you won't recognize your partner the following morning. It's pretty strong, and you can use that as an excuse. So yeah, you have to be easy on them, but you will get to 6 different Arak cocktails, which are delightful. Also, there in Sigiriya, we take you to the third inspiring taste moment, which is a curry cooking demonstration. You won't get to cook, no offense, but we've got the professionals doing the cooking there for us. But they cook in front of us, and by the end of it, you will try 6 to 7 different typical Sri Lankan curries. Again, quite proud of that. We travel on this itinerary with only 16 people, so it's very easy for us to deliver these kind of experiences that are quite unique, difficult for you to do on your own, and that really allow you to get under the skin of the destination and you see it from different eyes. For those finishing the trip in Sri Lanka, we will take you to this beautiful and entire resort in Chilau. You spend 2 days. It's right by the water's edge, so do nothing but relax and swim and take it easy. We take you back to Colombo and fly home. Alternatively, we fly you Colombo to Malé, and then you jump on a little speedboat all the way to the Andara Club in Ranali in the Maldives. Needless to say, that photo speaks for itself. You are going to do nothing but admire the beautiful scenery, go swimming in the warm waters. Clothing is optional. No, it's mandatory. Yeah, an amazing destination to do absolutely nothing. That allows us to wrap up this trip. Again, great inclusions, as we mentioned before. A small group tour of only 16 passengers. It's not necessary in every destination, but in this destination, we think it's a must. A small group allows you to get and do different things that you can't do in a larger group. 5-star accommodation throughout Sri Lanka, and dedicated coach transportation, so it makes it very, very easy to tour around. The train from Nawari Leia to Kandy, is it the most scenic in the world? I don't know, you will have to tell me when you come back. 13 breakfasts, 5 lunches, and 12 dinners. So very, very comprehensive, very inclusive itinerary. If you're doing the Sri Lanka only trip, the 14-day Ultimate Sri Lanka, today, this trip is going from $3,499. And if you want to add your airfares to it, it's only $299. $299, is that right? $299, yeah, 200. On to the Maldives, the price is from $5,999 per person, and the airfares are also only from $299. So a great offer, very easy to secure it. Don is going to tell us about how to book now. You want me to take?
Yeah.
I'll tell you through. So it's very, very easy to secure these bookings today. You got the leaflets in front of you with the barcodes, as Don mentioned before, very used to using the barcode. $99 from $99 to secure your deal for today. Then you have 7 days as a cooling off period. So if you change your mind, if you want to change the date, if you want to change the trip, go to South America instead. It's easy to done within those 7 days. Yes, as if you want to do 2 trips, well, you want to go to Japan and then to Sri Lanka from your second. I think that brings us to the end. Don, did I forget something on the booking process?
Just a giveaway.
Just a giveaway, all right. Okay, let's see if you fell asleep on me or not. You do? Oh, right. I know it's you. It's Japan.
What city has it got? What city is Golden Pavilion in? First person up, bottom line.
City. Yes, we got a winner. Well, congratulations. You got an Inspiring Spines bottle of wine.
Thank you. I forgot to mention the Overwater Bungalow is the best part. The Maldives package at the end there.
Yeah, sorry.
Microphone up here. Maldives is an Overwater Bungalow part of that package, so it's unbelievable. We've got some time, I believe. Yes. Some time for questions. Has anyone got any? Yes. There's no dates on here. Let's have a look where it starts from. July 2022 to December 2023. There is stacks of dates, so you can go between without that period there. Yep. It's the tail ends of the year, so that middle period is extremely hot, and it's all season. So the best time to usually go is around March, April, or go at the other end of the year and do around that October, November period. And that's good for the it's good for the wildlife, good for the weather, and it's our most popular time for people to go.
But that's it. We've got classes throughout, so if you want to go, you can go at any other time of the year. It's important.
I keep forgetting Laura's got a microphone. She's trying to run around to get the questions. Vietnam's about the same. We don't do a lot of departures in that December, January period just because it's so difficult to get flights around Christmas and stuff. But the earlier or the later that you can go is the nicest weather-wise because it's quite warm in those middle months. Yes, ma'am. It's 30 people on that one. Yeah. So it's a nice size. It's not a big, huge group, and well, because the roads are so narrow, so it's nice having a slightly smaller group. Yes, ma'am. Depends where you're going. Any destination in particular?
No, sorry, Japan.
Japan. So the most we do what we call best available. The airlines that are flying that we use most at the moment are Japan Airlines, Singapore Airlines, or Cathay Pacific because they've got the best connections into the cities that we go.
Are you offering business class at all?
Not as an event offer, but you can upgrade to business class. And then what we do at the time of ticketing your flights is we quote you the difference, and you can decide if you want to go ahead with it and pay the extra to upgrade. And you can do that for premium as well.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Yes, sir.
Do you know when you get insurance for
all
these type of things? How do you cover that?
We don't have any that we personally deal with or anything like that, but they are their own policies at the moment. Covermore is a good one to look at, probably the largest travel insurance provider in Australia, and they've now got coverage for different scenarios related to COVID. Yeah. There'll be maximum 2 stopovers, but in most cases it's just 1. So if it's Japan Airlines, it's usually from Melbourne, you go via Sydney before heading off to Japan. If it's with Singapore or Cathay, they go via what's known as their hub cities. So Singapore is Singapore Airlines hubs, Cathay Pacific's. Yes. I'm pretty sure with that one there, you've got 6 days in Korea. We fly you over. I think you do Seoul, Busan, Jeonju as well as part of that one. And so I believe it's 6 days in total. Anybody else? It's been lovely talking to you all. If you're staying for the next session, feel free to stay. Tea, coffee, hopefully food, I imagine, is out there at the moment. Wine's out there, it's even better. So feel free to stay for the next one as well. We've got other people coming in. We'll just ask that you just make your way out to begin with for now, and then you're welcome to come back in once the next session starts. Thank you, everybody.
Natural wonders, unique cultures. Pursue your travels. Australia's most trusted travel experts. We offer breathtaking tour, cruise and rail journeys to the world's most exciting destinations. Online or on the phone, we're here to help. 100% Australian and trusted in travel. Experience it all with Inspiring Vacations.
Colin. Hello, everybody. Welcome to our next session. My name is Inspiring Vacations. We're going to hear from Hazret first, which is fantastic. So Hazret Ozturk, she is our Turkey destination specialist. Hazret works for a very, very good partner of ours, used to be here at Inspiring Vacations as well. And Turkey really is her passion. So she's going to run us through what it's all about to go to Turkey in the first session, which is fantastic. And then Martin and I will bore you to tears after that, no doubt. I'll hand over to Hazret first. Just while she's coming up, we'll just look at a quick, maybe we won't. Quick video from one of our guys.
Hello, my name is Tolga. I've been tour guiding over than 10 years in Turkey, in Istanbul, 2 continents together. Just behind me you can see the Bosphorus Bridge, and we are standing on the European side. If you look at the right side of it over there, you can see the Asian side. We are in the old city of Istanbul, and there are many reasons to visit Istanbul, such as food, like traveling, like historical sites, like a landmark like behind me, you can see the Hagia Sophia. Hagia Sophia was built in 6th century AD by Justinianus. We are standing on one of the gates of the spice market, which is one of the landmark of Istanbul. And teas you can find in the market. Istanbul is really famous with all the cats as well. I love my job because I love meeting with the people from different countries and different culture, and I'm passionate to traveling as well.
I will go through some of, I guess, the highlights in my eyes. There's so much more that I won't have time to mention. I have 10 minutes with you, but I will go through, I guess, the main highlights that are in the country and also in the Inspiring Vacations Turkey trip that Brendan would go through with you later. So just quickly, Turkey is a country where you will really get any kind of experience. You have, you know, if you want to have the beach stays, you can have them along the southern coast. You have a whole heap of history, culture. You get that really that European vibe, and sometimes you do get that more Mediterranean vibe. You see a lot of just different kinds of lifestyles there, and you feel that in the streets. You feel that in all the different suburbs you even go to. Sometimes, you know, one side of one street is one way, and then you go to the back of the street and it's completely different. So very interesting country, very interesting city if we start with Istanbul. So if the earth were a single state, Istanbul would be its capital. I really love that quote because I think it's very true. I might be biased, but I think Istanbul is really the most incredible city in the world. The only downfall is the traffic. So Istanbul traffic is horrible. Now that I'm back in Melbourne, sometimes my friends would be like, oh, there's crazy traffic today. I'm like, this is not traffic. This is a breeze, because I wish I was exaggerating. I have, you know, traveled 1 kilometer in a car on a freeway in maybe an hour. And that's no joke. That's the type of traffic that you see in Istanbul. So when you spend some time in Istanbul, it's good to be central. It's good to, you know, use public transport when you can, because otherwise you're going to be stuck in crazy traffic. Istanbul is, as you might know, the only city in the world that straddles Asia and Europe both at the same time, and that's the Bosphorus that runs through the middle. Just an incredible feeling. There's a lot of ferries that there. People use ferries in their daily lives, traveling from Asia to Europe. It's just the norm, but it really does take your breath away every single time. I did spend time working in hotels in Istanbul, and so I was always seeing tourists or people that would come year after year because they just fall in love with the city. So it's not an exaggeration, it's very true, very special city. So every trip in Istanbul, Turkey, and if you ever do make your way over to Turkey, spend extra time in Istanbul because you never have enough time there. There's always something to do. Next up is Cappadocia. So these hot air balloons, you may have seen them. They are the highlight of Cappadocia. Cappadocia is a little city, very small town, lots of underground cities, lots of hiking spots. As you can see, of those places, that's just one of maybe, 10, 12, 15 valleys in Cappadocia. Beautiful, beautiful sunsets. Sunset and wine is a really, really nice experience there in Cappadocia. It is a must do. And time goes fairly slow in Cappadocia. So two days is always enough in Cappadocia, I say 2 to 3 days. I won't say luckily, but I did spend 3. Just saying, there's not too much to do. So, pop in there, do your hot air balloon, visit a couple of valleys and you're good to go. But definitely a must see. Incredible place, time just moves slow. Fethiye. So as I mentioned before, if you wanted to, you do get the beach experience in Turkey. We're spoilt for choice in Australia with our beautiful beaches. We don't really need beaches anywhere else, but they do match up to it. They're very beautiful little islands all around it, crystal clear waters, very blue, very gorgeous, exactly the way you see it. I mean, that's probably not even Photoshopped, to be honest. That's really how it looks. And a lot of sailing boat experiences there, which Brendan will go through. It's my favorite part of the product at Inspiring Vacations is you spend 3 nights on a gulet, which is like a sailing boat, a handmade sailing boat. So it's an incredible experience. They take you to all the little islands, catch a fish, what do you call it? The captain will catch the fish and then cook it for you on board. Super cool experience. So Fethiye is one of many beach towns, but beautiful. Always amazing to spend time along the beach, along the southeast in Turkey. North has beaches as well, not so pretty. It's nice, but it's not the clean water we're used to. So for the beaches, the southern end of Turkey is the place to be. Pamukkale. Pamukkale has these incredible travertines. I will not tell you how they come about. I cannot explain it for the life of me. Lots of science and nature. In saying that, they are melting. It's something that you do need to see soon because it used to be much more, how can I say it? More, you could go in there, you could swim, but now it's just really deteriorating, with global warming, all of that, as we know. But a beautiful place, one of another must-see spots in Turkey is Pamukkale, which again, going through, spending a night there, perfect. There's the hotels there, they do have your thermal pools, very relaxing time in Pamukkale, but it is a must-see. So actually from a trip that I did myself on an Inspiring Vacations trip. I mean, it's crazy how life works. Everything really comes full circle, but I did that two years ago. And then I ended up coming back to Australia working with Inspiring Vacations. So it's great, it's crazy, but this was from an Inspiring Vacations trip. And this is from a small village going from Pamukkale to Selçuk, which is the next stop, which you will see. And this is family jams, organic fruit and veg, and everything you eat is really fresh. But Turkey is filled with little gems like this, which is very cool. It's just a matter of knowing where to find them. And that's when, having a great guide is important, because when you have a great tour guide, they know where to take you, they know where to go, they know off the beaten tracks, which I'm proud to say we always have very great guides on our inspiring trips. Ephesus. So As I mentioned, going from Pamukkale to Selçuk Selçuk is on the east coast, so southern eastern coast. Amazing place. You will stay there for hours. You will think that sounds like a lot of time to spend, buildings that were built a long time ago, but it's really incredible. You feel it in the air. You can imagine how people used to live there. You can see where they used to sleep. You can see where they would shower. Incredible. This was, like I said, 2-3 hours, and you're like, wow, that was really, really cool. I didn't expect to like it as much as I did, to be honest. But Ephesus is another main attraction, I would say, in the entire country. Şirince is a small little town that not many people know about. It is above Selçuk. They are known for their, so they, and you can do little wine tasting tours, which are free, which is great. Basically, you just go to each person's stalls and then they will give you a little sample. But Şirince is amazing. And here is, I think, a very, very great experience on the trip is a cooking class. So it's a family-run business, and they get you, and they will Turkish dishes. And I don't know if you guys like Turkish food, but amazing. I'm not being patriotic, it's true. We make great food, and you actually learn how to make it there, which is awesome. How cool is it to go back to Australia and think, yeah, I visited Turkey and I even know how to make a couple of dishes. I think that's pretty awesome. And last but not least is Çanakkale. So as you all know, important part of Australian history. Being an Australian Turk, I've never felt more Australian and Turkish at the same time than when I was there. Because sometimes, some places I feel very Australian, some places I feel very Turkish. There I felt very both, if that makes any sense. But you really feel it in the air. It's extremely peaceful. You feel the friendship that was built there, that came from, essentially a war, but became a friendship. And it's just an incredible experience. Every Australian needs to see that, needs to experience that. I think it's very special. And it's a great way to end, an entire 2 or so weeks in Turkey. And this is, again, I took this picture. This was on the boat that takes you from Eceabat to Gallipoli. So once you had your stay at your hotel in Çanakkale, you wake up very early in the morning, jump on the boat, and then it takes you to Gallipoli, which is when you will see the grounds of Gallipoli. Here are some pictures from Gallipoli. Incredible. Kept very clean all the time. Very peaceful, just a great experience. And Gallipoli is about 5 hours from Istanbul. So then once you're done with Gallipoli, you're back to Istanbul to enjoy your last couple of days there. And that is all. And this is a Turkish breakfast, classic Turkish breakfast, delicious. That dish on the top right is a bunch of eggs, tomato, and some chilies. Very, very good. So, thank you. You're hungry. You're hungry.
I am hungry. I always get hungry when I see
Yeah.
food. It's amazing.
Me too.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. There you go.
Great to hear from Hazrat. Yes, it is a very small world. She was organising one of our trips over in Turkey for us and ended up coming back and working for us. So that was an amazing, amazing opportunity. Now, this is going to cover everything that Hazrat's just run through. This is our Antiquities of Turkey. It is really one of our absolute favourites here at Inspiring Vacations. Our customers adore this trip. And Turkey, in my mind, is just a fantastic place to visit. It's just got so much history fused into one location. It is incredible. Now, Istanbul, Hazrat mentioned it as well. I do actually agree with her. I actually think it's one of, if not the most incredible city to visit in the world. Sitting on the banks there of Asia and Europe, you're going to spend a lot of your time in Sultanahmet. Sultanahmet is the old part of town. And this is where you're going to see those incredible structures. You've got the Blue Mosque, you've got the Hagia Sophia as well. And part that I like the most about this particular location is going to the Grand Bazaar. Just opposite the Hippodrome there, you walk into the Grand Bazaar. It's one of the oldest undercovered indoor markets in the world. It's got 4,000 shops. It is literally a rabbit warren when you go in there. Very easy to get lost, very easy to get turned around, but that's actually the excitement. Once you're in there, fantastic place. There's hawkers, there's people selling their wares up and down the markets itself. I do recommend get a coffee, get a Turkish coffee, sit down at one of the little cafes and just watch the world go by as you're inside the Grand Bazaar. It's a place like no other. Moving on, Cappadocia. This is, I think, a highlight for everybody when they do visit Turkey. It definitely was for me. You get out there, it's this amazing lunar landscape. It doesn't look like anything else anywhere else because it's got these incredible fairy chimneys, which you can see on the right-hand side. So they've been whittled away over time by erosion, and they've left with these like incredible structures that just look like nothing else you've ever seen in this world. Now, when the Christians back in the Roman times were trying to escape persecution, they went out to Cappadocia and they made it their home. And they actually built houses inside these things, houses, churches, stores, complete underground cities in Cappadocia. All that history is still there. People still live in these places as well, especially if you go down to Gorong. I hope I pronounced that right, looking at Hazret. Ah, damn it. Which is incredible. When I was here, probably the best thing to do, there's all these little bars that sit up on top of these incredible cliffs. Just watch the sunset go down, get a gin and tonic or something like that, or a glass of water, whichever one you're more comfortable with, and just watch the sun set over these incredible landscapes. The hot air ballooning. Now, we don't include it, but it isn't optional. We've put it on here because it is such a memorable thing to do. It's not for everybody. If you don't like heights, a lot of people don't want to do the hot air ballooning, but what I was very surprised about is how stable they are. They're actually quite big once you're on board, about 12 people per balloon. And you go up very, very early. I could barely get my eyes open. It was about 4 o'clock in the morning, but they get you out there before the sun's coming up, which is what it's all about. You board the hot air balloon and then they take you up as the sun's rising over Cappadocia. They take you up quite high, so you get a nice bird's eye view, which is fantastic. But they take you down as low as some of the tops of the fairy chimneys. It feels like you can like reach out and touch them. It's that low. And the weirdest thing about it is it's completely silent. So you're just gliding through the air, apart from obviously when they light up the jets to get the hot air balloon to go up. So incredible experience. If it's for you, highly recommended. Now, while we're here, one of the, I guess, the key accommodation experiences of this particular trip outside of the cruise, which we'll get onto in a moment, is staying in the Cave Hotel. Now, it sounds incredibly primitive when I say it like that. It couldn't be further from the truth. It's a really deluxe experience. It's not rated. It would be 4-star if you want to put a star rating on it, somewhere around that level. And it's incredible. It's hewn into the rock. Your bedroom is made literally inside the rock itself. Your ensuite bathroom is made inside the rock itself. And it's a great experience. We stay here for 3 nights as part of this particular trip. The cruise. Hazret was so right. It is definitely, I think, what makes this itinerary so unique is that we do spend 3 days on board a Turkish gullet. Now, this is hand-built from wood. It's carved in the traditional manner, and it's essentially a yacht. You do sleep on board. So your cabin's on board. Each cabin's got an ensuite, which is lovely. And you also have your skipper who does all the driving for you, plus you obviously all get your meals cooked on board as well. And the best bit about this is they just cruise in and out of the little inlets down in the Aegean Sea, stopping at some little ports along the way. So you can go to shore, you can take a swim, or you can just sit on the deck and enjoy yourself for 3 days, which is incredible. Now, Gallipoli. So Gallipoli is an experience I think every Australian has to go and do at some point in their time. I was there in Anzac Day, probably never left a place feeling so emotional at the end of that experience. If you're not there in Anzac Day, it's still incredibly moving. You get to see the cliffs, obviously where the diggers spent, their lives while they were in battle. Incredibly adverse landscape. You can obviously see that firsthand. You can see the trenches, or the remnants of the trenches of where they fought. They take you up to Lone Pine as well, which obviously is the main Anzac cemetery that's up there. But I think the thing that struck me most was you hear the Turkish side of us as well. And this, to Hazret's point, I think has made this incredible bond. I've never been to a country where I was kind of like welcomed with open arms. Everywhere you go, they love hearing that you're Australian. Now, what is included? Ephesus, that's amazing too. I want to go back. Ephesus is incredible. You can, I guess, almost stand on one of the streets and kind of picture Roman life as it was going by, 1,000 years ago. It is an amazing place to visit. And the remnants that remain, they're not really remnants. I mean, whole structures are still there. It's fantastic. Sightseeing, it's so inclusive. There's really not any optionals. The hot air ballooning is the main optional tour on these ones. Everything else is really included. All your Blue Moss, your Hagia Sophia's, your Ephesus tours, the cooking class, it's all in there. Small group, 14 people, lovely way to travel. And that's because of the boat. So the boat kind of dictates the size of the group. It's capped at a maximum of 14 people for this one. 12 nights, all 5-star. So you've got the Cave Hotel and the Galette, obviously outside of that, but the rest of the hotels are 5-star. Breakfast daily, 11 lunches, 8 dinners, so half your meals, and it's fully escorted. And I couldn't agree more. The guys over there are so passionate about what they do. It is the best way to see the country, having an escorted tour leader. The offer today, apologies for those that have heard this before, it is the airfare offer. So if you want to go on this particular trip, you can add your flights on to Istanbul and back to Australia for $499. That's a fixed price. So regardless of what time of year you go, it's just $499 to add your flights on. Usually up to about $1,700 per person to get there and back. And dates for this one start in August next year, but then go right through until October the following as well. And there's heaps of dates throughout that range. And what are we on to? Oh, goodness. Big one. Martin's going to run us through Spain, Portugal, and Morocco. I'll hand over to him.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I had a pocket yesterday. Yeah, that's why I keep going. I don't know if you can. All right. Excellent. Thank you. Excellent. Thank you very much for being here. Thanks for this is still about. Great to see you again, and of course, everyone to those live streaming from home. I've got a couple of itineraries to show you today. One Spain, Portugal, and Morocco. Do I have a video to show you first? Yes, I'll be quiet.
Hello everyone, I am Abdulrahim. I've been born and raised in southeast of Morocco. I've been living in Marrakesh for more than 9 years. I have been a tour guide for years, and I still enjoy it every time I run a trip around my country. If you have ever been to Marrakesh, you would know where I am at the moment. But if not, this is the center of the old city called Jemaa el Fna. Jemaa el Fna, as we call it, is the heart of the city. It is the heart of Marrakesh, where everything is happening at once. I hope I will be able to see some of you in my coming tours. Wherever you are, Morocco is waiting for you.
Thank you, Abdullah, one of our tour leaders there. And as everyone has been mentioning so far, the tour leaders really make the trip. They are the ones that understand where you're going, help you find what you want to eat, what you don't want to eat, if you don't want to end up in the toilet for the next 2 days, and everything in between. So our tour leaders are super, super professional. They understand us, they will understand you, they'll spend time with you, making sure they understand what you want to do, where you want to go, what the highlights for you, what's important for you, and they will help you as much as they can to tailor-make your adventure as you go. Huge itinerary. Look at this puppy. It's a beast of an itinerary. We go everywhere. Spain, Portugal, and Morocco, 3 geographically near close countries, but so different one from another. And what fascinates me of this trip is that as you go, there's just no one place that is similar to the previous one. It's just incredible itinerary. Starts in Barcelona, we head down to Morocco, we go to Portugal, Lisbon, and we finish in Madrid. But let me show you a few pictures instead of just going through the map. The trip starts in Barcelona. We spent 2 nights here in Barcelona. So the first day in Barcelona, we're going to pick you up and we're going to take you on an orientation walk, on a walking tour of the old part of Barcelona. The only way to see the old part of Barcelona is walking, is by foot, because it's close to traffic, right? So again, as I said in the previous presentations, bring your walking shoes on because you're going to need them here for the walking tour in Barcelona. If this is your first time in Barcelona, if you haven't been there before, I do highly recommend you to spend a couple of days there because there's just so much to see in Barcelona, and one day you will struggle to see it all. So I'd rather a couple of days earlier. We can help you with pre-accommodation. We can help you with a couple optional activities to do there as well. I could have put so many images of Barcelona up there in that presentation. You know, you got the Sagrada Familia, you got La Rambla, you got Montserrat, you got all that. But personally, it was the food what took me, like that really adore of Barcelona. Going through the different tapas bars, it's tiny little places. You would not see them if it wasn't for your tour leader. Going in there, trying the different tapas, the different drinks, move on to the next one. It's absolutely amazing experience. I was telling the crew yesterday, the guys yesterday, that my family loves prosciutto. We have a family of 5. The kids love prosciutto as well. It's expensive here. Sorry, I'm not broke, but it's pricey here in Australia. So when we get prosciutto at home, it's one thin slice for you, one thin slice for you. One thing is that I turned up in Barcelona, our hotel in Barcelona, first buffet restaurant. We had a selection of 4 different prosciuttos to choose from. My plate was prosciutto bread, and a little coffee. It's just prosciutto stuck down my pockets, greasy pocket for the rest of the day. It was amazing. So yeah, great food scene there in Barcelona. I only have 10 minutes, 12 minutes to go through the whole itinerary, so I'm going to skip a few destinations, but the itinerary hugs the coast, the Mediterranean coast, and goes down to Granada. On the way, we pass by Alicante, and we also pass by Valencia. Beautiful destinations with, you will have to see them. I wish I had more time to show you more pictures about them. Amazing. But we get to Granada. And anyone been to Granada here? Yes, been to Granada there as well. I don't know you guys, but it took me completely by surprise. I wasn't expecting too much, but it's an amazing town, which is a mix of Islamic architecture, Arabic flavors, mixed with Spanish cathedrals, Spanish houses, and all tapa restaurants here and there. An amazing place. Best way to see Granada? By foot, walking. Again, yes, the old part of the town is also close to traffic, so you will need to walk around. And then it's the Alhambra. My goodness me, that building. Again, I had 0 expectations of that building, and it's just an absolute gem. The most beautiful Islamic building in Europe. It's quite difficult to get tickets to it these days. The regulations to get in there changed only a couple of years ago. You will find that a lot of tour operators will actually remove it from the itineraries and only make it optional. We are not doing that to you. It's still part of the itinerary, still included on the itinerary. What we do ask you is to please book in advance, because we do need your name to buy that ticket. We can't buy tickets without names. So if you are interested in this itinerary and seeing the Alhambra, book very early, give us your name, surnames as is part of the booking process, and we'll secure your tickets for you. After spending time there in Granada and seeing it all, we move down. We catch the ferry across the Strait of Gibraltar, and we cross down to Morocco. The first destination for the night is Rabat. It's a very civilized introduction to Morocco. Rabat is the political center of Morocco, and it's a little bit sterile if you want. It's a big city, amazing buildings, but nothing. It's nothing too up in your face. It's just an introduction. Beautiful buildings. We spend the whole day exploring Rabat on a walking tour, not a walking tour, on a tour with our guide, because it's quite spread out. So we do need the bus to get to Marrakesh, and there's nothing sterile about Marrakesh. It is slaps your senses. Boom, 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 boom. It's really out there. The food scenes out there, the smells, the Medina in Marrakesh. It's absolutely incredible. It's out of a movie similar to the one we were seeing in Istanbul. I reckon it's wilder than in Istanbul, than the bazaar in Istanbul. Yeah, it's just it is, and it is in a few movies. I don't know if you've seen the Black Men. What's it called? Men in Black. The second one. It's anyway, amazing, incredible. You will have to see it. You get huge corridors, and the Medina is a labyrinth of stools, and this is just a still image of it, right? So, but what you can see is the smell. People. They're chatting and they're yelling on top of you. The motorcycles coming in, and the motorcycles are great. You get to love the motorcycles because you can hear them from 100 meters coming. The bicycles are the dangerous ones because they go and they're just behind you. But again, nothing to fear. You have your tour leader there. Our experience with the group was amazing. The first 200 meters inside the Medina, everyone was a little bit petrified, just taking photos against the wall. A kilometer into the Medina, everyone was like, yeah, stop, I'm gonna take a photo here. Yeah. Like we completely owned the Medina. And that's thanks to the leader that really introduced you and helps you understand what's going on and how to go about it. In Marrakesh, we give you a bit of free time. And you got some optional activities there to do. You can opt to do a hammam experience, with the different hot and cold baths and the massage. Definitely not my cup of tea. What it was my cup of tea and did was a cooking class, and it was absolutely amazing. I'm still cooking the tagine that I learned to cook there. So they got a couple of options there to choose from, and then we start heading north, and we get into the Sahara Desert, and we spent some time in the beautiful towns like this one, the Ait Ben Haddad, sorry, my French is terrible, and Ors Al Sateh, both great examples of southern Moroccan architecture on those orange brick sandy buildings, absolutely spectacular. Ors Al Sateh has not only one but 2 movie studios in it, so it's just that kind of location that it's a bit Hollywood, but it's true, it's right there. It's amazing. We keep heading down and we get to Fez. Fez, it's again similar to Marrakesh, noisy, in your face. It's a kind of place you need to get there, get dirty, walk, and you will have the best experience. Before the 19th century was also the religious and intellectual capital of the world, at least the Islamic and the Jewish world. So the best mathematicians, prophets, those into literature, what do you call them? Philosophers, thank you. All philosophers went to Fez and spent time there. So it's a very, very important, very significant place of the world for people in Morocco, and you will get to appreciate it yourself. We head back up to Spain, and we get to Sevilla, the house of the flamenco. You will see flamenco everywhere you go. There's restaurants, great places to go and see flamenco demonstrations, and art. Sad, but super happy on the other side. They say, me as I'm Argentinian, and there's a lot of flamenco in tango, right? But flamenco is sad, but the voice is very loud and happy. Tango, on the other hand, is very sad on the lyrics. It's very sad in the music. You hear tango, you want to cry. You hear flamenco, and it's sad, but it's just very upbeat. It's beautiful, beautiful dance. We keep going to Lisbon, and as I said before, even though you've been all through Spain, all through Morocco, you get to Lisbon, and it's yet completely different to everything you've seen before. It's an old street, the beautiful streets on the hill with the pastel colors and the trams coming up and down. You can catch the trams if you want. We include a full-day sightseeing there in Lisbon as well. So we show you everything that Lisbon has to offer. Beautiful spot. If you get to go to, there is a castle on top of a hill. Absolutely amazing, beautiful. Has anyone been there? You've been there? I don't know, you've been there as well? Yeah, okay. Went there with wasn't my wife, was my girlfriend at the time. We found it incredibly romantic. We wanted to get married there. Stupid idea, impossible to get married in a place where you don't speak the language. We got married in England instead. But yeah, we found that place very romantic. I don't know if you guys had a similar experience. And from Lisbon, we go to Madrid. Again, in Madrid, we only spend one night. If you haven't been to Madrid, if this is the first time in Madrid, stay behind, spend a couple of days there because there's a lot to see. Huge city, very traditional Spanish city. You can go and watch soccer game as well if you're into soccer. It's a great place to finish the tour. Now, this trip, very inclusive as we discussed before, fully escorted by an English-speaking guide. You will have one guide in Spain and you will have a different guide in Morocco. So both experts on their part of the world. 17 nights in 4 and 5 stars accommodation, very, very soft landing at the end of the day. Great balance of included and optional activities, dedicated transportation throughout, making it very easy to stop, take photos, keep going, and daily breakfast and 2 dinners as we go. For this event, we got a price from $4,299, and you can add your international flights from only $699 instead of paying $1,500 later on the year. So great offer there for you to take advantage of today. We are going to have questions after this session, but I don't know what you're doing here.
No, you can do it.
Because I'm talking about Scotland and Ireland now. Yeah? Yeah, I know. Good to have you here, but off you go. Yeah, thank you. Let me continue to be the center of attention for a little bit more. Yeah, with 3 kids, I'm not the center of attention very often. Anyway, Ireland and Scotland, 2 beautiful itineraries again to hopefully tempt you, hopefully get you to visit with us. We got the 12-day Explore Ireland and the 16-day Ireland and Scotland small group tours. Small group tours in this part of the world means 25 to 26 passengers instead of 50, 75 people. So a very, very comfortable group size to travel around. Both these itineraries, as you look at them, share the south part of Ireland, right? So we're going to go to, with both itineraries, we're going to go to Dublin, Kerry, the Cliffs of Moher, Connemara as well, and we finish and Dublin. If you do only the 12-day trip, you would then go to Donegal, the Derry, the wall city there on Derry, then Belfast, and then you finish your trip in Dublin. If you are doing the Scotland extension, you will go to Edinburgh, Aberdeen, Loch Ness, and my favorite castle there, the Urquhart Castle. Has anyone been to the Urquhart Castle? Isn't it stunning? What a location right there, overseeing Loch Ness. Your tour leader will stop you there and will show off his knowledge of 1,000 years of history that castle has seen. So let's go through the itinerary. Look, Ireland is very scenic, right? It's all about the sceneries, and both itineraries sharing the south part of Ireland has this to offer. It doesn't take you long for any Irish person to tell you straight away that their country is the most scenic country in the world. And then, they tend to be a little bit drunk from time to time, and they might be a little bit biased, but there's a lot to that claim. Straight away into the itinerary, you will see why it is known for the sceneries. You get to do the Ring of Kerry. Anyone's been to Ireland? Ring of Kerry, good, scenic, absolutely amazing, absolutely amazing. Great sceneries. There's a fair share of castle visits and sightings as we go through the itinerary. Don't worry, we're not going to go into every castle we see. You will go bananas. There's so many of them. We'll go into a couple. We see many from the outside. The Blarney Castle is one of the first castles that we visit there, and it's got the Stone of Eloquence, right? Anyone went there? Yes? I made the mistake of letting my wife kiss it. Oh no, I should have not done that. You see, if you kiss the Stone of Eloquence, you will never be lost for words again. So don't make that mistake. Don't let your missus anywhere near the stone. We keep going, and again, it's all about the sceneries. You go to the Cliffs of Moher, you go to the mountain region of Connemara, and again, sceneries there. But I have to be honest with you. Turn on your phones now. Actually don't, but you know what I mean. If you turn your phones on now, if you turn your computers on now, you're going to find hundreds of tours that will take you to that part of the world, and you get to see the same sceneries. What makes me particularly proud about these itineraries, and the reason why I love these itineraries, is for the different inclusions that we get to offer you, partly being because we are in a small group, 25 people only. Some of those experiences are going to visit a Bull Run. I never say that correctly, Bull Run. I think Bull Run drum. It's a beautiful drum, makes a terrible noise actually by itself. Is absolutely dreadful. But when put into combination with the rest of the instruments, it's a very characteristic sound in Irish music. So we go and see one of these guys in action. That's not Robert De Niro, by the way. Robert De Niro is not included in the price of this trip, but it looks like him. We also go to the Banratty Castle, an amazing evening of medieval entertainment. Everyone is dressed up and they put in a huge feast in front of you. It's like, eating the whole pig with your hands, and then there's medieval entertainment going on. We have a little bit more contemporary entertainment as well prepared for you at Taylor's 3 Rock Pub. So again, beautiful evening with very lively entertainment, beautiful music. And one of my favorites, we go to a local farm. I love talking to farmers as we go through the different countries to really get under the skin of the destination, talk to real people. And in there, we'll see a demonstration, a sheepdog demonstration. So they show us how they work with the dogs. It's incredible. I can't get my kids to help with the table, and these guys do that kind of things with the dogs. It's fascinating. We also go to the Bellick Pottery Factory. Again, you won't get to see that very easily on your own. We get you there. And of course, we're going to include a distillery for you to try some of the famous whiskies out there. We go to the Glenfiddich distillery. Amazing inclusions, again, in both these itineraries, as I mentioned before, fully escorted by an English-speaking guide. You might not understand them. They might be Irish or Scottish. You get the gist of what they're trying to tell you. A small group tours, maximum 26 passengers, comprehensive, fully inclusive itineraries. We've got a handful of small optional activities there, very economically priced if you want to enhance your trip, but really you don't have to. This trip really includes it all. Great accommodation, 3 and 4 stars, excellently located right in the heart of town, so easy for you to walk around, to go out for a meal or a coffee during the day. Comfortable transportation, daily breakfast, five dinners. If you're doing the Ireland-only trip, it's going from $3,999, and you can add your airfares from $699. And if you want to do the whole, I thought I had the other one. The extension is going from $4,999, also with the $699 off, say, Scotland and Ireland. You're very welcome to join us now. Yes, please, come on in. That's enough of me. Enough of me.
Martin's private show started at 4 o'clock. You might start. We're going to do questions. Just really quickly, for those who heard it before, apologies. How to book if you're interested in any of those amazing itineraries that we've just run through. $99 deposit today locks in the offer, which is obviously those incredible airfares. You've got a 7-day cooling off, so you don't need to worry about it. You can change your mind when you get home. It's a no questions asked, money back on the deposit if you should change your mind within those 7 days. If you want to book here, our reservations team, about diagonally through the glass doors over there, will be able to help out. They can also answer any questions about dates and things like that you might have. If you want to book online, there's a little pricing list in your folder that you've got. There's a QR code next to each of these amazing itineraries. Scan the QR code, takes you straight to the website. You just need your name and credit card to lock in the $99 deposit and still get the cooling off, obviously online as well. For those people doing 2 trips, I'll probably do Spain, Portugal, Morocco, and Turkey again for myself. You can get a 5% off the second trip. They don't have to be consecutive either. So if you want to book a trip earlier and then one later, it's 5% off the second. Now, everyone just hangs around for the prize. So we'll do, I would as well. We'll do the prize. So in order to win this one, it's first hand up with the right answer, gets a bottle of wine from his fine vacation. We'll do the question first. In what region of Turkey will you find the fairy chimneys? Martin?
Yes. Wait.
All right, we're happy to do questions now. If anybody's got any about any of those trips, Martin, I will do my absolute best to answer them. Yes, sir.
The Ireland one, is there much emphasis on the troubles?
Yes, well, if you do the question was whether there's much emphasis on the travels on the Ireland trips, and the answer is yes. If you do the Ireland only trip, that will take you up to the north where you get to see Derry.
That's the problem with the one that we've done.
Right.
There was too much emphasis on the troubles.
Yeah,
And the
right.
trouble-
Okay.
And the trouble with the troubles is that there is only one opinion.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Curious as to who gave you that opinion, because I'm thinking that really depends on your tour guides and right. Okay.
Sort of
Sure.
things.
Yeah.
And that's what they're there to do.
Give
Exactly.
the one opinion.
Yeah. So for those watching online, the question was: is too much of the troubles too much? Do we get to see too much of the
I
trouble?
mean, we were there and what was it, a week before there was a bomb exploded outside
Sure.
the police station.
Yeah.
And then they show you the gates and then they show you how they slam the gates on people and they're 30-foot high walls.
Yeah.
To keep everybody away from it.
Yeah. And look, undoubtedly, it's the country. They're very passionate about the history and the state of the politics. So if you ask them, no doubt you're gonna get a lot of very opinionated people telling you what you want, which it's part of the charm, right? To just to listen to what they have to say. Then of course it's up to you to make up your mind. We try to, this itinerary is fairly balanced. The tour guide that will be with you tries to be unbiased, just give you a very
So you can't wear
balanced view.
You can't wear an orange shirt, go to the Catholic side.
Exactly. But yeah, it's part of it. You will get to see it. Yeah, for sure.
That's what I found. There's too much.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah. Anybody else?
Any questions?
Oh, we must have done an okay job. Thank you so much, guys. If you're staying for the next one, we've got Africa, Egypt, and Morocco coming up next. Feel free to stay around for that one if you wish. Otherwise, lovely seeing you all here.
Thank you.
Natural wonders, unique cultures. Pursue your travel bliss with Inspiring Vacations, Australia's most trusted travel experts. We offer breathtaking tour, cruise and rail journeys to the world's most exciting destinations. Online or on the phone, we're here to help. 100% Australian and trusted in travel. Experience it all with Inspiring Vacations.
Inspiring Vacations, Australia's most trusted travel expert. We offer breathtaking tours, cruise, and whale journeys to the world's most exciting destinations. Online or on the phone, we're here to help. 100% Australian and trusted in travel. Experience it all. Inspiring Vacations.
Alrighty, well, next session. It is probably one that covers some of the greatest sites that do exist on Earth. We've got Egypt coming up first. We've got Morocco, which for those that saw Martin's last one, Martin's doing it, so we can give him a round of applause. And then South Africa to finish off. Now, my colleague, Paul Hocking, is ones that designs all of our itineraries. He couldn't be with us today. So we're going to see a presentation from him shortly, but this video, I think, perfectly.
A sandstorm tore through the caravan. Camels and merchants became one with the dunes. The lone survivor thought best to walk on. Too far to return. On the 10th day, his water jar held but dust. On the 11th, saw death. On the 12th day, he spied a shimmer on the horizon. A sanctuary of green, an island of water in an ocean of sand. With a clap like thunder, a golden heron alighted. Oh, little one, here is figs, grains, melons, and fish enough for a lifetime, and converse is pleasing. Stay with me. Thank you, Great One, but my heart remembers. A child held to my bosom, a wife's gaze, the sun above my village. I must leave, if I may. If you have come to me, God has let you leave. Follow the sunset for 12 days. You shall meet another caravan. In the midst of your kindred. I shall return and shower you over. Little one, when come dunes once more. And so he returned to Egypt. And so it was.
For the first time, it's kind of one of those like childhood realizations come true. Or inspiring, walking up to those things the first time that you get there. Paul Hocking's going to take us through Egypt. We're going to answer questions towards the end of these sessions. So we're going to do Egypt, Morocco, and South Africa, and then happy to take any questions towards the end as well. And so we'll hear from Paul.
Hello, everyone. My name is Paul and I'm a product manager here at Inspiring Vacations. Now, today, I'm really excited to talk to you all about Egypt and Jordan. This is a phenomenal destination to visit. It is by far one of the best places I've ever been to, and there is so much to see and do there. The ancient monuments just can't be rivaled anywhere else in the world. From the pyramids to the Sphinx, there is so much to see in Egypt and Jordan. The food is delicious, the locals are friendly, and we have the perfect tours for all of you to visit these destinations with Inspiring Vacations. So today, I'm going to talk to you about a couple of those tours. I'm going to talk to you about what you can see and do in Egypt and Jordan, and then of course, what offers we have available for you if you book with us here today at the event. Okay, so the first tour I wanted to talk about is the 15-day Egypt Uncovered and Nile cruise. Now, this is the quintessential tour for the first-time visitor to Egypt. It's very in-depth. You get to see from all the way from the north to the south of Egypt, and it is a fantastic 15-day itinerary. We start in Cairo, where we get to see the Great Pyramids, the Sphinx, and of course, the hustle and bustle of the large city of Cairo with its 20 or so million people. It's a really interesting place to visit. And then we head up to Alexandria. So a beautiful port city. We explore the ancient catacombs, and then we head back to Cairo. From here, we embark on a very unforgettable experience. It's the overnight train from Cairo to Aswan. Now, you have to do this if you're in Egypt. It is a once in a lifetime experience. It's very comfortable, and it is an excellent way to travel. We spend 2 nights in Aswan whilst visiting Abu Simbel, which I'll speak about in a couple of slides. And then we board the Nile cruise. So a Nile cruise is the biggest highlight of a trip to Egypt. It is the best way to see the country. You're cruising along on your floating hotel past little villages. You get to see the life on the Nile River, which is the lifeblood of Egypt. We cruise up to Luxor, where we have a few nights, and here is where we get to see the Valley of the Kings. So the Valley of the Kings is a network of ancient tombs, and a lot of the artifacts that are on display today and are known about Egypt have been unearthed here in Luxor. We then head up to Hurghada, where we've got 2 nights in a beautiful beachside resort at a 5-star hotel. So here, what a better way to finish your trip in Egypt than 2 nights relaxing by the pool or by the Red Sea. You've got the option to go snorkeling here. So it is a really beautiful part of Egypt. And then we head back up to Cairo for a final evening where you get to do some last minute shopping and perhaps see the things that you didn't see the first time in Cairo. Heading over here, we've got the 21-day Egypt Uncovered and Jordan with Nile cruise. So this is the same Egypt tour, but we've added a fantastic Jordan extension. So this is for those of you who want to see a little bit more when you're heading over from Australia to the Middle East, or if you've already been to Egypt and you wanted to see Jordan as well on this trip. So this is all the same Egypt touring, and then we head over to Amman, the capital of Jordan. We do sightseeing here, and then we head down to the ruins of Petra. Now, this is one of the wonders of the world. It was only discovered in the 1800s, so there is still so much to unearth there. It is a spectacular part of the world. And then we head down to Wadi Rum. So this is absolutely one of the highlights of any trip to Egypt and Jordan, and that is staying under the stars in the Wadi Rum desert. We've got a beautiful luxury camp set up for you in Wadi Rum, where you get to spend the evening under the stars, away from the light pollution, and swapping stories with your fellow travelers before heading up to Amman for your final evening. As I mentioned before, there is incredible sightseeing on offer in Egypt and Jordan. And what better way to start than seeing the pyramids of Giza? This is the biggest icon of the ancient world. And it's not hard to see why when you're first gazing upon the pyramids of Giza. It is one of the most spectacular sights anywhere in the world. And I personally could not believe the sheer scale and the ingenuity of the ancient Egyptians when I visited myself. You'll of course see the Sphinx, which has its own rich history. And then we head up to the Valley of the Kings. So this is just one of the examples of one of the tombs that you'll get to see. Our entry ticket gets us into 3 different tombs of your choosing. And then you have the option to add on the tomb of King Tutankhamun, so one of the most famous pharaohs in ancient Egypt. And as you can see from that photo here, it is just so intricate, all of the different stories that they've carved onto the walls of the tombs. And the colors that you'll see there are still so as nearly as vivid as they were when they were painted thousands and thousands of years ago. On the left here, we've got Kom Ombo Temple. So this is one of the temples that you'll see during your Nile cruise. It's situated right on the banks of the Nile, and it is absolutely phenomenal to walk through these pillars and see the intricate details on these sandstone monoliths. This is just one example of the temples that you will get to see. We'll visit many on our journey to Egypt. And with your Egyptologist guide, you'll learn so much about the history and the people of ancient Egypt. Of course, no trip to Egypt is complete without trying the delicious cuisine. We visit the Khan el-Khalili Bazaar in Cairo. So this is a heartbeat of Cairo. It's a large market, the smells of the spices and all the food, and you'll see the locals all going about their daily business. It is a really incredible experience, and the food in Egypt is delicious. I know from experience, particularly the tagines and just the spices that they've got on the food is absolutely delicious. Of course, no trip to Egypt is complete without spending time by the Nile. The Nile is the lifeblood of Egypt. There's no question about that. And we spend a lot of time by the Nile. Most of the population lives by the river, and it's not hard to see why. It's the Nile River Delta is very picturesque. It is very abundant, and that's why all of the locals live by the Nile River. We spend a lot of time in Aswan. So Aswan is at the southern end of the Nile River in Egypt. And we spend time visiting the little villages. We spend time on felucca boats. So the felucca boats here are a traditional sailing vessel, and it is a really excellent way to experience the Nile River. And of course, you've got all of the monuments that are just littered along the banks of the river. So it is such a special experience cruising down the Nile. It's like you're cruising back in time to an ancient landscape. And then on the right here, we have Abu Simbel temples. So these temples were actually moved from their original location to where they're situated today. They were moved about 60 meters up the mountain. Now, when they flooded the Nile, a part of the Nile River Valley in the 1960s, they moved the Abu Simbel temples up so that they would avoid being flooded. Now, that just proves how much they value their monuments and how much and what great lengths they will go to preserve their history. And you'll see that all throughout Egypt. The local Egyptians are so proud of their heritage, and you'll learn so much about what they're doing to preserve these ancient Egyptian artifacts with visits to places like the Egyptian Museum. And then if you are adding on the Jordan extension, on the left here is Petra. So the ancient city of Petra, what a sight. It is so unique. It is so imposing. And it is just mind-blowing how they could have, carved these intricate temples into this thick rock so many years ago. And then we spend a night out in Wadi Rum Desert. So it's a desolate landscape, but we've got all the comforts of home at your camp. It's been used as a filming location for Indiana Jones, Game of Thrones. So it's a really famous spot, and it is striking in its beauty with its large mountains and desolate landscape. So we spend some time visiting this desert area. Now, any trip with Inspiring Vacations to Egypt and Jordan includes these incredible inclusions. So all of that sightseeing that I just mentioned, plus more. There's so much more to see and do in Egypt and Jordan. I could speak about it all day. And all of our tours are small group. So with a maximum of only 16 guests. So that means you get to go up to your Egyptologist guide and ask them as many questions as you want. You get to really get to know your fellow clients on this tour. And you'll walk away with really good friends. I know personally on my tour to Egypt, I am still in touch with some of the people that I met, and we had such an excellent time together. We've handpicked deluxe 5-star accommodation throughout Egypt and Jordan for you. There is no better way to finish a day touring through the hot deserts of Egypt than getting back to your 5-star hotel, dusting off your shoes, and then relaxing by the pool with your friends. It is a really beautiful way to travel throughout Egypt, and we have spared no expense giving you the deluxe 5-star accommodation throughout. We have dedicated coach transportation. So all tours to Egypt and Jordan with us include your own coach. So you'll only travel with Inspiring Vacations clients, a dedicated driver, and of course, your Egyptologist guide in Egypt and your tour leader in Jordan. All of our tours include a 3 or 4 night Nile River cruise. Now that depends on the direction that you will be cruising, but no trip to Egypt is complete without a Nile cruise. And of course, we've included that on every one of our itineraries. We include breakfast daily and most meals. So we include quite a few lunches on days where we're out all day touring. We get to visit local restaurants and try all the delicious cuisine that I mentioned earlier. And then we have a lot of dinners included as well. Now we have some nights where you can choose your own cuisine, where you can potentially, just go down to the hotel restaurant and do that yourself. So you've got the flexibility on some of those nights on tour. And all of our trips to Egypt are fully escorted by an Egyptologist guide. These are the experts in their field. They've studied for years and years, learning about Egyptian culture and the ancient Egyptian history. So they are your go-to for any questions you might have when you're seeing these monuments. I know they are so happy to answer any questions, and they're so passionate about ancient Egypt, and they'll be more than happy to share that knowledge with you. Now, to thank you all for coming along today, we have some incredible offers in market for you if you book your Egypt and Jordan tour today with us. Now, our reservations team are on hand. If you have any further questions, you can also ask some questions at the end of this session. But we've got a special price from $4,999 per person to see all of those things that I just mentioned to you earlier. So typically, a tour like this will cost you around $7,500. So we have packed it with fantastic value. All of those things that I mentioned earlier, plus today only, if you want to add your return airfares from Melbourne for only $699 per person. Now, I know these flights to Egypt can be valued up to and above $2,200 per person. So that alone represents fantastic value. And there is no better time to book your Egypt and Jordan adventure than today with us at this event. We have departures from June next year all the way through to December 2023. So there is a date for you if you want to book, and seats are filling up fast. Due to our groups being small groups, the seats fill up really quickly. So now is the best time to book. Now, if you do have any questions, I'll hand over to my team who are on site. And thank you so much for joining us and learning about Egypt and Jordan.
I think that's it. I need to turn my mic on. Hello. Okay. Yeah, brilliant. So yeah, Paul, very knowledgeable, very passionate about his destination, and he'll be here the next time we do this for sure. What do we got next? We got Morocco. We touched down Morocco for those that were here in the previous presentation on our trip around Spain, Portugal, Morocco. This time we're going to delve further into Morocco on a much more comprehensive itinerary of the country. I've got a video, I think, to show you. Yeah, I've got Abdullah.
Hello everyone, I am Abdulrahim. I've been born and raised in southeast of Morocco. I've been living in Marrakesh for more than 9 years. I have been a tour guide for more than 7 years, and I still enjoy it every time I run a trip around my country. If you have ever been to Marrakesh, you would know where I am at the moment. But if not, this is the center of the old city called Jemaa el-Fna. Jemaa el-Fna, as we call it, is the heart of the city, is the heart of Marrakesh, where everything is happening at once. I hope I will be able to see some of you in my coming tours. Wherever you are, Morocco is waiting for you.
Brilliant. Okay, let's get on to this. Our 16 magical Morocco itinerary. very comprehensive itinerary of Morocco. We start with 2 nights we have 2 nights in Casablanca. We head north to Tangier, get into the mountain region of Sichuan, Bouloubilis, and Meknes. Then we go to Fez before going down to Middle. Love that place. Then go to Merzouga, go through the Sahara Desert, Essaouira, and then we finish in Casablanca. So a very, very comprehensive itinerary. Let's go through some of the images as opposed to just going through the map. And the trip starts in Casablanca, as I mentioned before. The second day in Casablanca, we take you out to the Hassan II Mosque. Enormous mosque, the second biggest mosque in Africa. It houses up to 25,000 worshippers. So it's not the G, but it's pretty impressive anyway. It's a very good size. And one of the great things about this mosque is that it's actually one of the few religious places that allows non-Muslims to go in. So going in there, we take you in there. Not every tour goes in there. We take you in there, and it offers you a very rare insight of a mosque. You can't really see it from here, but the mosque is kind of overhanging on the ocean. So it's an incredible setting. From here, we go up to Tangier, a small little town, beautiful, absolutely stunning. It was actually the first town that I touched down when I went on my trip to Morocco. So I crossed Gibraltar and I landed in Tangier. Beautiful town, very colorful. I went crazy with photos. Little I knew that it was just a little introduction of what Morocco had to offer. It's a great place to get your bearings, to get comfortable with the culture, with the food, and with the layouts of the city. And then we move on to Sichuan. I absolutely killed that beautiful French name. They also call it the Blue City, which is a much more, a much easier name for me to pronounce, and a great, lovely place. Our final destination that day is Meknes, but we do spend most of the day there in this beautiful Blue City. It's a heart of an agricultural area. It's a stunning place. We take you there. A small group size. I didn't mention this at the beginning. This is a particularly small group size. It's only 12 travelers going with you. You don't need such small size on every destination to make the most of every destination. But on this particular trip, having 12 travelers and having the leader with you, it almost makes it a private little trip. So it's a fantastic experience. So we spend the whole day on the Blue City, walking around, taking photos, stopping for a cafe, for a coffee, for a tea. And then we continue on to the city of Meknes for the night. Again, another walled city, beautiful Arabic buildings, lovely little streets. A pleasure to get lost walking on the labyrinth of passages. You're gonna love it too. Then we move on to Fez. Fez is the spiritual capital of Morocco. Before the 19th century, I was telling the guys before, it was an epicenter of education, of Islamic and Jewish education. So a great place to be back in the day. The city is enormous. It's really, really big. It's divided in almost three smaller cities. We stay at the edge of the medieval part of the city, beautifully preserved part of town. Great riad accommodation. I won't talk too much about the accommodation as we go. I don't like to bore you too much. A hotel is a hotel, but accommodation in this place, it's something to be seen. It's just very, very traditional Moroccan riad houses. They're absolutely fantastic. They really enhance the experience of the itinerary. We spend a couple of days there exploring the town and the Medinas as we go. And then we move on to Bouloubilis. Now, it doesn't look like much. It's the ruins of a far outpost from the Roman Empire, right? So it's a very historically of huge significance as well. As we go through the mountains, we start getting into the desert area, and the final destination today is Merzouga. And again, I probably killed that name, but something similar to that, Merzouga. And I kid you not, you will stay there. We will get to a point where we leave the vehicles behind, we jump on a camel, and we ride the camels for an hour onto our website. Website? What am I talking about? Into our campsite, no website. It's the other side, the campsite. Sorry. So it takes us an hour to ride the camels to this point. We will camp. There's nothing camping about it. You're not going to have to rough it up. The tents are absolutely beautiful, beautiful bedding, very, very comfortable, very chilly, quite cold at night. So you need to rag up. But our hosts, the Berbers, the indigenous people of that area, will host us, will play music for us, will tell us all about the way they live, the traditions, the customs. So very, very cultural experience. If you're not up to the camel ride, don't worry about it. We'll put you up on a little jeep. We'll take you on the bike roads. We'll take you to the campsite as well. So you'll make it there. You'll get there regardless of whether you ride the camels or not. But obviously, the camel ride is it's a great little experience as well. Next, we continue exploring the Sahara Desert. We pass through two of the most beautiful towns there, and Aït Ben Haddad and Ous Al-Sate, beautiful representatives of the Sub-Saharan architecture, typical buildings like the ones you see in the image. It's just an absolute pleasure. You're driving through desert, through nothingness, and then all of a sudden these beautiful towns stand up in front of you. We stop there, we go for a walk. The two leaders there at hand to show you all about the towns. It's a very, very different experience. We were talking about with Brendan before. The beauty about Morocco is that in a way, it's very civilized, it's very European, it's very easy to, you get to feel very safe, very comfortable. But it's also very Arabic and very in your face, very different flavors, different traditions, customs. So it's a great mix of both worlds. And then you get to Marrakesh. Personally, the place that I loved. I enjoyed every minute in Marrakesh. Very wild city, but more organized. Not as crazy as Fez. I feel like I could walk by myself a little bit easier. But then Medina is incredible. It's an absolute labyrinth of different stools, with people selling lanterns, cooking barbecues over here, and then you got the rug makers over there, and then you got the serpent charmers over there. It's an incredible experience that you have to see. You have to see it to believe it. In Marrakesh, we also give you, actually not in Marrakesh, in Morocco. In Morocco, we've got 5 optional activities. 2 of them you can choose free of charge. Those 5 experiences are: one, it's a home cooked dinner in Fez. A second one is a hammam experience here in Marrakesh. Then you got a cooking class in Marrakesh, and you will have to help me here, Brendan. We got the shopping tour. That's right, the argan oil massage, which sounds something like out of the Lord of the Rings, but it's a very soothing massage for it's a great way to spend the ending hours of the day. So we really get to explore Marrakesh before we head out to Essaouira, the artist town. And again, in this place, in Essaouira, we get to experience something that you probably won't get to do by yourself, and you probably won't be able to do in a group of 20, 25, 30 people. We go to the fish market first. You choose your fish. Yep, I like that one. Thank you very much. Pack your fish in a bag. Then we go to the fruit and veggie market. We choose the veggies. Yeah, I want that one. And then we all go back to a local restaurant where they cook everything there in front of you, and the whole group sits for a feast of every fresh produce you just selected. A great experience. You've all seen a fish market before. You've all been in the market before. But to be able to get in there and interact with locals and order your own food and then go to a local restaurant and get it all cooked, it's something that, again, it's probably very difficult for you to organize by yourself. But it's a great experience when you have a tour leader there at hand to help you out. So an amazing trip, lots of inclusions, very small group size of only 12 travelers, 14 nights of accommodation at very, very comfortable riads and hotels, and a luxurious desert camp. 2 free hand-picked inspiring sites. So out of those 5, you can choose 2. Daily breakfast, 3 lunches, 7 dinners. So a lot of meals there included for you, and fully escorted as well. Now the price of this trip for this event is only $4,499, and you can add your airfares from only $699 instead of $1,500. So a very, very good offer. If Morocco is on your radar, make the most of this opportunity, because you won't see opportunities like this too often. what do we got next? I think we're going to Africa. Don, that's you. Wakey, wakey. Hello. Well, welcome back.
It's very sad. I'll grab this microphone up here.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, so wrap up with one of the most spectacular destinations in the world for sure. All about the wildlife. We've obviously just been to Egypt. We've just been to Morocco. Where those ones are more about the monuments that you're going to see, this is all about the animals that you're going to see. And so let's get lost in this video because it is a
The land is hard. Firm, dusty, and warm. Runs through my soles directly into myself. Though it breaks my whole, it feeds my child. Though upon it my days unfold, I return unto. The land is hard. Yet forged in a relationship based on mutual love and respect. She gave you life, yet needs nourishment herself. And is hard. Yet fertile from savannah to sea, it sustains us and the creatures whom call it home. Life is abundant and all-encompassing. The land is hard. Its mountainous contours spread for all to gaze upon. The land is as hard as the world is large, as the horizon is far, as time is old, as the heart does pump blood through my veins. Land and water give life. As does the sun return light to the day, so do the people return life and love to the land.
to be all about the colors, in my opinion, of Africa. You know, the dress that people wear, those incredible buildings, the landscapes that you see, the wildlife that you see. Now, I am super biased when it comes to this itinerary, obviously, because it's one of ours. I do generally believe this is one of the best itineraries if you want to experience the best parts of Southern Africa. So we'll go through the highlights, which is all about the animals. This one starts in Johannesburg. We move you out of Johannesburg. It's really just for a nice, easy arrival there. We go straight to Kruger National Park. So the first, I guess, big safari park, very obviously the most popular, the most famous as well. We stay literally outside the park itself in a lodge, and then we do game drives in the park, which we'll explore in just a moment. We take you up to Victoria Falls. Has to be on the bucket list for anybody visiting Southern Africa. Victoria Falls, just a momentous site. We spend time up there. From there, we do Safari Park number 2, which is Chobe. We do a full day trip out to Chobe, which we'll have a look at in a moment. We then go down to Hwange National Park, number 3 on the itinerary. This is in Zimbabwe. And so we spend 2 nights at Hwange as well. Where this itinerary takes, I think it's probably like my favorite part of it, where it takes the most unique twist, is we go up to Lake Kariba. Now, Lake Kariba is actually on board a houseboat. We'll have a look at the houseboat in a moment. It is an amazing deluxe experience. 2 nights there on Lake Kariba in Zimbabwe, before coming back down to Matubo Hills. And that then brings us across into Botswana. So on the way through Botswana, we get to go past the Makati, which is the salt pans there in Botswana as well, before arriving at Morne. Morne is the gateway to, I reckon, the jewel of Southern Africa, which is the Okavango Delta. Finishes in Cape Town. Now, only 1 night in Cape Town, but it's the perfect opportunity for those people that do want to extend. We can easily offer additional nights in Cape Town if you wanted to explore that city as well. So it really is all about the wildlife, and this ticks off the 4 best national parks in Africa, really to experience the Big 5 and so much more. Kruger. So Kruger, as I said, we stay literally at the park's doorway. We go in there on a night safari, so that allows you to experience all the nocturnal animals. You can see a picture in the bottom right-hand corner there of those open air jeeps. It is an open air safari, gets you up nice and close, obviously as close as safely as possible to the animals. And then the next day is a daytime safari. So it gives you a full different experience of animals. You see different types of animals coming out at different types of day. And obviously the predators are usually the nighttime animals. During the day, you're going to see a lot of those grazing herds. We then go up to Victoria Falls, and then we go to Chobe. So Chobe is a really different experience. You can see on the left-hand side here, the boat safari. So this is where you actually go out on the Chobe River. It's a safari by water. And so it actually cruises up the river itself, which is fantastic because the animals are all coming down to drink. The good thing about that is you can get so close to them at the water's edge there as well. And then they actually transfer you to a Jeep on this same day as well, and you do a Jeep safari of Chobe included. Next one, Hwange National Park. Now it sounds like we're doing a lot of national parks, but this is why you go to Africa after all. Hwange is very different. Now, the reason why it's different is they say it's the wild national park of Africa. It's less visited by tourists. Much less in terms of, I guess, animals getting used to that tourist interaction. And so they consider it to be the wild park, where the animals are more African, if that makes sense, and wilder at heart. From there, the other park we visit is this incredible Okavango Delta. So the Okavango, it is blessed with water all year round, one of the biggest deltas in the world. And an amazing experience where, again, I guess that safari experience takes a different twist. You go out on a Morocco, I think they're called, which is a dugout canoe, essentially. You can see a picture there. It's a wooden canoe being dug out by hand. You have your safari leader standing at one end, obviously with the oar, taking you through those incredible wetlands. This is where you're going to see those hippos. It's where you're going to see the aquatic side of Africa, plus also spectacular things like elephants coming down to the water's edge as well. The Makati, which you can see there, really different experience. We've talked all about the wildlife in Africa. The Makati is almost completely devoid of any wildlife. It is one of the largest salt pans in the world. It used to be an inland lake. And the amazing thing about it used to have all these islands that would have been surrounded by water at one point in time. They are now these incredible rocky outcrops that pop up out of the salt pans themselves. It's famous for the baobab trees, which you can see there as well. And we go out and we watch the sun go down over the Makati. We'll get onto the houseboat in a moment. Victoria Falls, as I said, it really has to be on everybody's bucket list to go to Victoria Falls. If you're going to go all the way to Africa, you need to tick this one off. It is the smoke that thunders. I think it was a mistranslation when one of the colonists came over, they spoke to one of the locals. They translated it as the smoke that thunders, which I think is stuck, which is fantastic. It is that way because when it's in full flood, the mist actually can be felt up to 2 miles away, and you can hear the thunder of the waterfalls. It looks like smoke rising out of the landscape. The houseboat on the right-hand side there, This is Lake Kariba. This is a great experience. Everything takes place on board. You stay on board the houseboat. It is deluxe. You've got your own ensuite bathroom. They take you out each day by little tender boats and you go and do wildlife spotting from the boat itself off to the shore. You come back and it's not Africa if you don't have sundowners. So they come back and they prepare drinks every afternoon for you on the deck as you're cruising up and down the lake. So it's a really nice way. You've just been on safari quite a few times. It's a lovely way to spend 2 nights and just relax and take in the sights and obviously watch that incredible African savanna around you. Now, this particular one, really inclusive. It's all about the wildlife. It's all about going on these game drives. All those game drives are included. All the national park entry fees are included. Victoria Falls, we do a full day falls tour out to Victoria Falls itself. You've got the Makati Caddy in there as well. We do touring around down near Kruger where we go visit some of Swaziland. It is a fantastic tour. This particular one, 12 people. So similar to the one that Martin just ran us through for Morocco, tiny, tiny group. And it really is the best way to travel around Africa. Now, it's not a camping trip. This one is a nice lodge accommodation all the way through. We only use lodges or hotels, so it's a very, very comfortable way to experience Southern Africa. And it's got those 2 nights on Lake Kariba as well. Breakfast daily, 6 lunches, 10 dinners. Most of your meals are included. Outside of that, all of the lodges have restaurants, which is fantastic. And then it's fully escorted. Same as our other tours that we've shown you today. Guide picks you up in Johannesburg, farewells you in Cape Town. And it's a lovely vehicle. So we use a Mercedes Sprinter, beautifully air conditioned, takes you around Africa itself. This particular one starts from 8,999. It is a trip of a lifetime, in my opinion. Dates start from July through to December. The flights add-on for this one is only $999 into Johannesburg and out of Cape Town. And that is our offer for that one today. Now, that kind of concludes the presentations. Happy to do questions now for you guys as well, if you've got any questions about the trips that you've seen today.
Single person going on these cruises. What's the?
It's different for each trip. The res guys will give you the exact price on the way out, but there will be a single supplement on top of those twin share prices. That it's different for every single trip.
So you can't say it's,
No, yeah.
when do you find that out?
You can, as I said, we can let you know straight away, but you just need to talk to the guys about the trip that you're interested in. But it differs for every trip that we've got. Yes, sir.
Number 2, being well over 6 foot.
Yep.
Is the airfare include that economy 6 inches between economy and is it available, option available for?
Yep, so we can do the premium upgrades.
Premiums.
Yeah, in most cases. It's not included, obviously, in that price. That's just for economy.
Yep.
And so if you wanted to do premium, it's just a case of putting in that request at the time of booking. We'll give you a price to do that, and you can decide whether you want to go ahead with it or not. Yes, sir.
6 months comes down. Guess
Yep.
what? We're in the middle of winter here.
Yep.
Guess what? The old virus is hanging around again. There's quite a good chance we might have to go into quarantine for 2 weeks before we get home. Would that be a fair comment?
Yep, that's definitely possible. Quarantine is possibly going to be a way of travel during the post-COVID years, so you have to be prepared for that when you arrive home.
And the other question is, what's the situation in these sites at the moment as far as the...
Yep. They're all open, so it's difficult to say.
What's the situation with the countries themselves? Are they all have the jab? Are they got 2,000 cases a day?
Don't have that information at hand. They are welcoming tourists once again. Most of them do want those tourists to be fully vaccinated to enter. If there is COVID cases there, you'd have to have a look at those numbers.
And is it extendable if, like we were supposed to go last year?
Yeah.
To Egypt. So, and we've got an extension to the end of 22. What happens if COVID goes wild again?
Are you talking specifically about a credit that you're holding?
Yes.
Yeah, yep. So that will get extended, obviously, beyond that, if obviously you can't book on anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
And will you pull the, will you cancel them if the place goes mad?
Yes, if you can't get in due to any government restrictions, so if our borders are not open, if the country's borders are not open, obviously then the trip can't go ahead. And so that's what's happened with a lot of the suspensions recently. So in those instances, we obviously come to you. Most people up to date, we've dealt with thousands of people that have had to obviously rebook. It's either a credit or a rebook onto a future departure.
So what's your situation is? I book Suppose you know the trip stands or what the deposit or whatever's paid, what's the situation there?
Yep, so it's exactly what I just said. So it's either a credit for the value of what's paid or a rebook onto a future date.
So there's no refund?
No refund, no.
And what sort of deposit?
Yep, so it's $99 to lock in the event offer, and then there's usually installment payments at different times leading up to your trip. Anybody else? I'll talk about this. So to the gentleman's question, it is only a $99 deposit. So if you do want to lock in the flight offer, which is the one that Martin's been running through, and we've obviously mentioned at the end of each of those presentations, it's $99. There's a 7-day cooling off. It's a no questions asked, money back guarantee. If you don't want to go ahead within those 7 days, you get a full refund of your deposit, but it locks in the offer. So you can kind of make up your mind over the next 7 days if you wish. It's got the extra 5%. If you want to do multiple trips, a lot of people are booking 2 trips at once, obviously missing out over the last couple of years. It's 5% off the second trip. They don't have to be consecutive, so you don't need to travel back to back or anything like that. It's 5% off the second trip. And then our res guys, for anything like single subs, dates or anything like that, they're straight through the glass doors over there.
Like I see all the dues there, which I do think it's quite often, but I understand that you have a Africa and Jordan combined trip there as well.
For Southern Africa and Northern Africa?
No, Egypt and Jordan. Is that,
Yep.
One day one. Is it combined?
It is combined, yes.
So in other words, you've got a separate Jordan one on its own.
We don't sell it by itself, so it's an Egypt one on its own, and then we've got an extension to go into Jordan.
So I could go on the Egypt one.
Yep.
As many as Jordan.
Correct. Yeah, correct. Yeah. So the 15-day Egypt, which is the one that Paul ran us through at the start, that's kind of like the core trip. And then you can extend for 7 days into Jordan, which is mind-blowing. Gentlemen behind.
What about your house? Is that locked in, or what if the airlines change and say, well, it's not $6.99 anymore, it's now going up to?
No, that's a fixed price, regardless of the date that you pick. They cannot change it. No, because when we ticket it, it's ticketed, and that's it.
What brand of aeroplane amongst the flights out of Australia on these tours?
Depends on where you're going. So if you're going to Southern Africa, the most common airlines are Singapore Airlines, South African Airways, and Qantas. If you're going to Egypt or you're going to Morocco, it's the Middle Eastern carriers in most cases, your Emirates, your Qatar, your Etihads.
At the end of your trip, say if you fly to Egypt.
Yeah.
And you're obligated to go back to Melbourne at the end of the trip from Egypt, or can you go somewhere else, like say Europe?
Yeah.
You have to go back to Cairo to go back to Melbourne?
No, so yeah, we just call that a flight variation. So we can fly you into Cairo. You'll need to make your way to whatever, London or something like that, or wherever you're wanting to go. So you fly from there, and then we'll fly you back home from London. Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to go back to Cairo to board that flight. It still is a variation. We've got to obviously quote on what that would be. If it's within the same budget, there's no charge. If there's a different cost, we just let you know what that is. But you can definitely do that. You don't have to go back to Cairo to go home. Yep. Anybody else? Sir?
When would you have the next installment to? It's $99 now.
Yeah.
How far is the future with the next?
There's usually one about 30 days after that initial deposit, and then there's not usually another one until about 90, 120 days before your departure.
I say, what you're saying is that if we pay $99 star, I'm going to go, say, in July next year.
Yep.
When would the first call be for that trip?
So there'd be one, so you pay 99 today, 28 days later, there'll be another one. It's always a different amount depending on the tour that you're going on.
28 days' time.
In 28 days' time, but then not until 4 months. It's going to be about February.
What sort of money involved?
It's different for all of them. It's around about 20%. Yeah. Yep. And then your other one, if you're going in July, as an example, wouldn't be due until about February. Yeah. Yeah, it's the tail ends of the year. So, and it's all based on weather. It's very, very hot there in summer. I went in August, probably averaged about 35 degrees. It's that really dry heat. So it's kind of like our Melbourne summers. Still quite pleasant. And the good thing about it is there's not many tourists. So if you don't mind the heat, August, September is a good time to go. If you want to avoid the heat, you're probably best off going as late as possible in the year or at the start of the year. Yeah.
What time would you suggest for the best Best time to travel there?
It's either the end of the year or the start of the year. So you're around your October, Novembers or around your January, Februaries. Yeah.
That's the most.
But honestly, I went, as I said, it was 35 degrees, it was August, it was hot, but you avoid the tourist crowds. So during those peak months is when everybody wants to go. But if you go outside of those months, when you go to places like Valley of the Kings, as an example, there's just fewer people. And it's nice to actually get through some of those areas because you're going down into those tombs and it's usually enough room for 2 people side by side. And so it's nice when it's not too busy.
We also arrange the activities depending on the system, right? So we take you at the right time of day. We won't make you walk in the middle of the day.
Yeah. Anybody else? Yes. I honestly never felt safer. I mean, you can never say never with these things. When I went, we were talking to the guys over here about it actually. Tourism for Egypt is their biggest contribution to their economy. They do not want tourists to stop coming. And so they spend lots and lots on security. You go everywhere, you see these guys in these white uniforms, they're called tourist police, and they're specifically there, ideally to stop any unrest. And so they don't want it to happen and they do everything they can, but obviously these things can. Anybody else? Yeah.
There a stopover on the way?
Yeah, if it is with one of, so Cairo is only really serviced by Etihad and Emirates. They both go via the UAE, so either Dubai or Abu Dhabi. Yeah. It's like 2-hour stopover, 3-hour stopover, and then you just get on another plane down to Cairo. Yep. Yeah.
I've got a few flybys now.
Yep.
What's the situation? I've never done this before. So I go with you and I finish up, kind of skip the flybys and I switch to business class or whatever.
Yep.
How does that work? Can you tell me?
Yeah, it's a hard one. Those points, they call them, you've got to have a specific fare to use them in if you want to upgrade and stuff like that. We usually recommend if you're going to go with your own points, it's best to arrange your own flights because you have to speak to flybys or frequent flyer.
Flight myself.
Yep.
Which I can do.
Yep.
Then I come back to for a refund for your fortune flight on that.
We can do, obviously, without the flight offer, the land-only prices are what you saw today without adding those flights on top. We don't do a refund on things that have already been purchased by yourself, though, unfortunately. Anybody else? All good. Okay, thanks, guys. It's the end of the day. Thank you so much for joining us. Oh, no, we forgot something. Don't get up, don't get up.
Don't go yet.
I'm actually not going to go to the next screen because it always gives it away. So we're going to just do a quick giveaway for those that have been here before. It's a question about something that you've seen in one of the presentations. Whoever wins or puts their hand up first with the right answer gets a bottle of wine. So are we ready? Hopefully the answer's not on the screen when I put it up here. All right, in what country will you find Lake Kariba? We spoke about it just in the last session. It's where you do the houseboats. Oh, very close. Got to put your hand up though. Oh, no, not South Africa. Lake Kariba. It is Zimbabwe for the gentleman that answered over here. I would have accepted Zambia as well. It borders both ends, but Zimbabwe is where we go. Thank you. Thank you.
Natural wonders, unique cultures. Pursue your travel bliss with Inspiring Vacations, Australia's most trusted travel experts. We offer breathtaking tour, cruise and rail journeys to the world's most exciting destinations. Online or on the phone, we're here to help. 100% Australian and trusted in travel. Experience it all with Inspiring Vacations.